أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وذا النون إذ ذهب مغاضبا فظن أن لن نقدر عليه فنادى في الظلمات أن لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. فاستجبنا له ونجيناه من الغم وكذلك ننجي المؤمنين. فنادى في الظلمات أن لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. فاستجبنا له ونجيناه من الغم وكذلك ننجي المؤمنين. وزكريا إذ نادى ربه رب لا تذرني فردا وأنت خير الوارثين. فاستجبنا له ووهبنا له يحيى وأصلحنا له زوجه إنهم كانوا يسارعون في الخيرات ويدعوننا رغبا ورهبا وكانوا لنا خاشعين. والتي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيها من روحنا وجعلناها وابنها آية للعالمين. أمة واحدة إن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة وأنا ربكم فاعبدون. صدق الله العظيم.
تكبير تكبير تكبير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. That's much better. Alhamdulillah, we're thrilled to welcome all of you guys today for this important advocacy session titled Empowering Our Ummah, Organize, Unite, and Transform. We are joined here by no other than the world-renowned speaker and political analyst Sami Hamdi, who joined us all the way from London to be with us today. So Sami Hamdi, you are a man who requires no introduction, but for the people here who do not know you, you are the managing director for the International Interest, which is a global risk and intelligence company that offers expert geopolitical advice to governments and businesses. However, we know our brother Sami because he has been traveling the country for the past couple of months, visiting numerous communities with the goal of mobilizing, motivating, and moving the Ummah. Just a couple of announcements before we begin. Number one, there are QR codes throughout the Musalla. So if you have any questions, all these are going to go through the QR codes. Number two, Aisha Salah, we're going to delay it a little bit today, okay? So if it's 7:30 and we didn't pray yet, don't panic. We're going to pray Aisha still, just a little bit later. And the last announcement, our brother Sami, he's on a very tight schedule. He actually has to leave tonight. So please, let's be considerate of his time. When the event is over, please let's not rush up to him. I know we all want to give him salam and hug him and thank him, but please let's be respectful of his time and let him leave in peace, inshallah. So Sami Hamdi, let's jump into it, inshallah. It is day 152 of the genocide. Over 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered. The infrastructure in Gaza has been completely destroyed, and now we're seeing the results of the man-made famine. So Sami, as a political analyst, tell us with your expert knowledge, what is happening today, and what can we foresee in the upcoming weeks and months to come?
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala sayyidina Rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum everybody here. Thank you very much for having me. For the record, just so nobody gets the wrong idea, I didn't ask that nobody keep me behind later. I don't mind leaving if it's 2, 3 a.m. I have a flight at 6, but there's no point sleeping given JFK is 3 hours away. So in that regard, that message was not from me. The second point that is worth noting is that today Biden has announced that they're trying to construct a temporary port near Gaza in order to deliver aid. Biden's message is absolutely clear. Don't starve them and kill them, feed them and kill them. I think that as it stands today there is a falling out between Biden and between the Israelis over the manner in which the genocide is unfolding. For one reason in particular, which is that Biden is increasingly becoming surprised at the extent to which he is starting to struggle politically as a result of Gaza. When Rashida Tlaib spoke to Biden a few months back and told him that the Muslims will punish you for what happened in Gaza, we will lose their votes, and therefore we need to be careful. They laughed her out of the room, and they said to her that the Muslims, given that the other side is Donald Trump, there's absolutely no way they will ever abandon me or abandon the Democrats, no matter how many Palestinians are killed in this particular genocide. When some of the Democrat advisors began to tell Biden that maybe this is going to be a real issue, the Democrats wanted to test to what extent there is actual anger over what's happening in Gaza. Because the polls were suggesting that Biden was falling in the polls over the issue of Gaza, Can you hear me at the back, by the way? That Biden was falling in the polls over the issue of Gaza. Reuters reported on the 28th of October that Biden was beginning to fall in the polls as a result of changing American public opinions with regards to what's happening in Gaza. So the Democrats decided, let's test to what extent there is this public anger. So they changed the schedule for the primaries. For those who don't know, there is usually a set schedule for primaries where they go through the states to nominate the candidate for the presidency. They decided to bring forward 2 primaries, South Carolina and Michigan. The reason they brought South Carolina forward was to test to what extent African Americans are angry with what's happening in Gaza, because there was a letter written by 13 pastors which suggested, or which said in the letter, that the congregation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what was happening in Gaza. When Biden went to South Carolina, he managed to smooth through those primaries. He felt slightly reassured. The problem, however, is that when Biden went to Michigan, there were 100,000 voters who voted uncommitted in the primaries. For those who are unaware of its significance, Biden only won Michigan by 154,000 votes in the last elections. Now, those 100,000 who voted in the primaries are people who know what primaries are. Put your hand up if you know what primaries are. Okay, so not everybody in the room, unfortunately. That means that those 100,000 are those who know how the political system works and know what primaries mean. And usually those are in the minority, which means that 100,000 is a minority of the vote that intends to abandon Biden in Michigan. And Biden's campaign manager came out the day after and told Reuters that the problem is far worse than anything that we could have imagined. Benny Gantz, the Israeli minister, understands that Biden is uncomfortable with it. So Benny Gantz came to Washington 3 days ago to meet with the Biden administration to have clear the air talks. When Gantz left, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, made an interesting statement where he said that the Rafah offensive, the attack on Rafah, should not take place without a plan in place for the Palestinians in Rafah. Of course, Blinken doesn't care about the Palestinians. The point of the statement is that they didn't rule out the attack on Rafah, suggesting the issue is not that Biden is against the genocide. It's not that Biden is against the Israelis taking Gaza. It's not that Biden is against Netanyahu entering Rafah, but that Israel has to do it in a way that is conducive to good PR for Biden here in America, so that the American population, whose opinions are shifting with regards to Israel and Palestine, do not punish him. Biden's message to Israel was, don't kill them savagely, kill them in a way that we can market it. And Israel has been taking into consideration some of Biden's concerns. For example, the first bombing on Rafah didn't take place in a vacuum, it took place during the Super Bowl. So Israel said to Biden, Ya Amm al-Haq, you didn't say Amm al-Haq, but you are worried, you are concerned about the PR. We will bomb Rafah at a time in which Americans won't be paying attention and they won't care. So they did it while Alicia Keys and these others were dancing on the stage in the Super Bowl. A very interesting way to use sport in politics. For those who think that sports is apolitical, it has never been apolitical. And one of the best examples is the World Cup. How many of you saw Morocco and made dua that Morocco would win, as if Morocco was the army of the Ummah marching ahead and representing the whole Ummah? My whole family, we all watched it. The Algerians, they watched it. Suddenly the feud over the Western Sahara disappeared suddenly in that moment. All anybody wanted was to see the success of Morocco, which shows you that it's political, but it shows you that in the right environment we can get past some differences. The Israelis, however, do not want to allow aid into Gaza. Why? 4 months ago, an Israeli member of parliament of the Knesset, actually I should have said this in the beginning, the views expressed by the speaker are the speaker's own. They do not reflect those of those who invited me. They do not reflect those of the organization. They do not reflect those of the person who asked me the question. They didn't ask me what I would say. I didn't tell them what I would say. They didn't tell me the questions beforehand. I didn't ask him for the questions beforehand. So therefore, this is all Sami speaking, and Sami bears sole responsibility for what is said here. This is just a platform through which to speak. Very important distinction, especially for the Saudis. The Israelis, 4 months ago, a member of the Israeli parliament said that it's not enough to kill the Palestinians and to bombard them, because the Palestinians will still remain in their land. Palestinians don't want to leave their land. To make them leave, we have to starve them and we have to cut off all aid to them, and that includes targeting UNRWA. The reason the Israelis don't want aid to go into Palestinians is because the Israelis are aware that if aid goes to the Palestinians would rather stay in their place than leave Palestine. And that's why Israel targeted UNRWA and why the US very quickly followed, despite the fact that the allegations later to prove to be baseless. And the proof of that is that Canada, UK, and the EU have all restored funding to UNRWA, something that Israelis are deeply concerned about. Biden, however, has asked the Israelis to take care of the PR. So the Israelis are reconsidering the Rafah offensive, not in terms of doing it, but how can we make it look palatable? And there are two developments which I don't have definitive answers for, but that are rather a coincidence that at least we should raise our eyebrows out a little bit. The first is that satellite images are showing that Egypt is now building an infrastructure on the border with Rafah that looks like a center through which to receive refugees. So Biden is saying that we need a place for the Palestinians to go. The suggestion is that Egypt is now building an infrastructure on Rafah ready to receive those refugees. In the beginning, Sisi was adamant that he would not allow Palestinians to cross the border, unless of course they paid $5,000 or $10,000. But in any case, that Sisi would not allow Palestinians to cross the border because he didn't want that refugee crisis on his own border. And Sami Hamdi, the Egyptian foreign minister, in a leaked source to the Financial Times, told the Europeans, if you make us take in the Palestinians, we will put them all on boats and ship them off to Europe. Not the nicest thing to say about your brothers and sisters, but it is what it is. One of the reasons why Egypt is not interested in taking in the Palestinians is because Egypt has a very serious economic problem, economic crisis, and believes that if Palestinians enter Egypt, Egypt does not want to spend the money to look after the Palestinians. Egypt would rather keep the border shut and leave the Palestinians there. There are two developments that took place at the same time that Egypt began constructing the facilities to receive the refugees. I'm not saying they're linked. I'm saying it's strange that they came at the same time. The first is that the UAE is giving Egypt 36 billion, I think it is, for the beach near one of Egypt's most famous beaches towards the north. The Egyptians are saying Sisi is selling the land. Sisi sold them the rights to develop that particular beach area. But that's 36 billion in cash that Egypt urgently needs that goes into the coffers. That's 36 billion cash. Let the IMF decide to give Sisi today 8 billion in an IMF loan because they believe the 36 billion means he now has liquidity. It is at this time with the announcement of these two financial deals that the suggestion is emerging that Egypt is now much more willing to entertain the idea of building these facilities to receive the Palestinians. Biden did an airdrop of expired food to the Palestinians as well to try to show the American public that we're also looking after the Palestinians and that we're also keen on ensuring that we preserve the humanitarian situation and we are standing with the Palestinians, but we believe in Israel's right to self-defense. The point that I'm saying here is this: as it stands at the moment, there is a debate taking place between the Americans and the Israelis, not whether genocide should stop, but how to make genocide marketable. There's a debate taking place not to stop the attack on Rafah, but to how to make the attack on Rafah in a way that doesn't make Biden fall further in the polls in America, because American public opinion is changing, because they're seeing the videos and the pictures of what's happening in Gaza. And now, as it stands, there was an OIC meeting of Muslim leaders. They came out with the usual statements that we condemn, we condemn, we condemn, we condemn, we condemn. The Ummah needs to move, the people need to mobilize, and then there are a few tweets and sound bites here and there, a couple of statements, and they all go back to their usual business. But the debate as it stands is whether the Rafah offensive should continue, because there are voices in America that refuse to be quiet, that are shifting public opinion, and all of the polls suggest that Biden is now behind Trump in almost every single state.
Jazakallah khair. Next question, Sami Hamdi. How does the Muslim community break free from this prolonged sense of defeat that we felt for years or generations? And how do we develop a sense of empowerment and resilience to overcome that?
I think that when it comes to the issue of the Ummah feeling defeated or the Ummah feeling weak, I think that a lot of that has more to do with your perception of what progress looks like than the actual state of the Ummah. And I'll explain what I mean. One of the things about political analysis is that it can't be done in a vacuum. You have to look at history and the development of history and the development of events that take place. And one of the things that I enjoy about my job is that political analysis is about identifying why things happen and identifying the opportunities to change what is happening. And often you find there are always opportunities to change what is happening. And also you find that the reason things happen are because of a whole range of dynamics, not only because superpowers choose to make different decisions. And I'll explain what I mean. There are many in the community who insist that the Ummah is weak because they see chaos taking place in the region. But the definition of chaos is the absence of order. And order, by definition, is the presence of a dominant power over which other powers are unable to break that power. If we apply it in the context of the Ummah, this means that the chaos is a reflection that the traditional powers that used to repress the Ummah no longer have the power to repress it in a way where there is no chaos. They no longer have the power or the ability to chain the Ummah in a way where the Ummah is unable to hit back. They no longer have the power to establish a repressive order. And the reason there is chaos is because they are throwing everything to re-establish that repressive order. If we accept that this is what chaos is, then we ask the question, why is the repressive order not present at this moment in time? It's not present because the Ummah made it impossible to uphold. My mother's side of the family is from Algeria, and I was old enough, at least, to sit with my grandfather, who was a mujahid who fought against the French in Algeria, in the mountains with his brothers, and there are many pictures of them there in the mountains as well. When you hear the stories of what happened in those liberation movements, there is a tendency to think that they happened in 100 AD or 200 AD. They happened less than 100 years ago. Less than 100 years ago, the French flag was waving over the schools of Tunisia, of Algeria. The British flag was waving over Egypt, and in India, the French flag was waving over Vietnam. Less than 100 years ago, the global order was not like what you see it today. The global order was such that colonization was the norm. That colonization was something that everybody accepted was the status quo. It was the norm. Everybody respected it. The empires would respect each other's spheres of influence. They would respect France's colonies. They would respect Britain's colonies and the like. Colonization less than 100 years ago was such an integral part of the global order that in 1945, after Nazi Germany was defeated and France was liberated from Nazi Germany, the allies, they got together, France, Britain, US, Russia, they all got together and they wrote a lovely document. This document was the Geneva Convention. They wrote that every man is born free and every people have the right to self-determination. Lovely document. Now my great uncles and aunties in Algeria, when they saw the document, they said, شفت وش كتبوا هادو الأفرنج هادو. You see what they've written in the document? كتبوا وثيقة قالوا حرية لجميع الشعوب. They said the freedom for all of the people. شرايك, let's go to the street and demand our own freedom. فكرة. This is a lovely idea. Lovely. So they took to the streets, the Algerians in Stif, Kharata and Gelma, demanding their own freedom and their own liberation on the basis of that document. The French were celebrating in Paris their liberation from Nazi Germany. When they got news that Algerians had taken to the streets demanding their own independence, they were so horrified. This was the global order less than 100 years ago. They were so horrified that Algerians believed the document included them, that in 1 week they celebrated in Paris while simultaneously massacring 30,000 Algerians in 1 week. The French, they say they only massacred 12,000. The Algerians, they say they massacred 50,000. I've gone for the middle number, 30,000. It could be much more than 30,000, but it won't be less than 30,000. It'll be much more than 30,000. If you ask yourselves the question, for those who think the Ummah is weak or that the Ummah doesn't have strength, ask yourself the question, why is the global order not built on colonization today? Is it because the French woke up and they said, wallahi, they don't say wallahi, but they said, what we are doing is very bad. What we are doing, we have to live. Do you think it's because the British woke up and they said this is an outrage what we've been doing for the last 100 years? We have to leave Egypt. No. Why is colonization not at the root of the today's global order? It's because the Ummah you think is weak, mobilize and kick them out. Before Gaza happened, there was a book that I wanted to buy. My wife wasn't too happy that I bought it. I was sitting with an Algerian, and we were talking about the idea that France never apologizes for colonization. He was like, you know, the French, they are unrepentant, they are this, they are that. And he said, you know, we need to boycott France. And he's eating his Delice yogurt, Delice French company. He was eating, going, Wallah, we need to boycott them. Muqata'a. You know, Wallah al-adim ya khuya. Uqsim billah. So, you know, despite the irony of the situation, I came home that day and I said to my wife, you know what, I want to buy a book by someone who sympathizes with colonization. She said, what? I said, I want to buy a book by someone who sympathizes with colonization. She said, you're going to give him royalties. I said, let him take the royalties. I want to understand why they won't apologize for colonization. So I bought this book, Savage War of Peace by a guy called Alistair Horn. It's actually a good book. A bit tough to read, but good book. In this book, he's describing the liberation of Algeria, and he identifies 2 turning points in the Algerian liberation which decided the fate of French colonization. Listen to these 2 because they apply to you today. The first, he says, is the establishment of the Islamic Council of Scholars by Sheikh Abdul Hamid bin Badis, an Amazighi Algerian who came and established these schools, one in every city, who would teach people Islam, Hadith, Seerah. It was an apolitical organization, but the aim of it was to restore or reinforce the Muslim identity in Algeria that France had been trying to batter for 100 years. France had been trying to ban Arabic in the schools. It was trying to remove Islamic education. It was trying to remove religious education and trying to replace it, which is why in Algeria, the older generation, you will find many of them, their French is stronger than their Arabic. That's not because they prefer French over Arabic. It's because they're the generation that France battered the Arabic language out of that society. Abdul Hamid bin Badis, when he saw this phenomenon, he set up these schools and he began to teach a generation that 30 years later would form the rank and file of the Liberation Front that would emerge in 1954. That he says that's the first turning point because Abdul Hamid bin Badis altered the perspective of the ordinary Algerian with regards to their role in the world and with regards to their faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and therefore the ability to push back. The second turning point, and this was a fascinating one for me, he says the second turning point was the massacre in 1945 of the 30,000 Algerians. He said this was the beginning of the end of France. Why? He said the French, when they massacred 30,000, they were convinced that because of this death toll, Algerians would never dare take to the streets again. That because they demonstrated that there's a high price for resistance, that there's a high price in challenging France, the Algerians would never dare to take to the streets again to defy French authority. All of the French believed this except one general. There was one French general who led the effort to massacre the Algerians. He went back to Paris and he said, I have bought you 10 years, but after 10 years there will be civil war, for the Algerians will never forget what has happened today. And they laughed at him. The reason he says this was a turning point is because he says at that moment it was such a horrific event. It shocked the consciousness not only of Algerian society, it shocked the consciousness even of Western society. It shocked the consciousness of those in Europe. It shocked the consciousness of Albert Camus and these other writers, French writers, who began to write and say that what our people are doing to the Algerians is horrific. Very similar to what Americans are saying when they're saying we're horrified at what Biden is doing to the Palestinians. He says that that forced and accelerated a shift not only in Algeria, but also in France and amongst French allies, and also in Vietnam itself, which 10 years later would do the Dien Bien Phu, which kicked out the French from Vietnam. The point that I'm saying is he identifies the massacre as the turning point. When I read this book, you think to yourself, okay, it's very strange that he identifies the massacre as the turning point, but it makes you relook at what's happening in Gaza in a very different way. Because when you look at Algeria, that happened in 1945. After that massacre, those Algerians didn't realize that Allah had written that less than 20 years later, 17 years to be exact, Allah had written that the French would be kicked out of Algeria by an Algerian force that was never militarily superior to the French in any way whatsoever. When you look at an ummah that was able to kick out a superpower in this regard, What I learned from meeting my grandfather and my Algerian uncles and aunties was, if you're going to say the Ummah is weak, don't say that to an Algerian. Because you might be weak, but the Algerian is not, and they proved it. So then you look at the next stage. After those colonizers were gone, somebody will stand up and say, yeah, the colonizers left physically, but they were still there. The colonizers never technically left. And again, that's a misreading of history. Why? The colonizers did leave, but what happened afterwards was a sunnah of human being. Muslims began to fall out with each other. In Tunisia, where my father is from, we had a number of leaders in the liberation. Habib Bourguiba, who later became president, Saleh bin Yusuf, his number two, Lazhar Shraiti, a man from Gafsa, famous warrior, and we had a number of other leaders as well. When the French were kicked out of Tunisia, it wasn't the French who assassinated all of the liberation leaders except Bourguiba. It was Bourguiba who assassinated all of the liberation leaders. It wasn't Paris that asked Bourguiba to go and exile Saleh bin Yusuf and to kill Lazhar Shraiti, and no one knows where his grave is and the like. It wasn't France that did that. It's we Muslims did it to each other. In Algeria, after liberation movement, and my Algerian uncles, they hate when I mention this, it wasn't the French that made the Algerian liberation leaders fall out with each other. It wasn't the French that resulted in Karim Belqasem, one of the founders of the Front Libération Nationale, to be found with his hung in his hotel room in Frankfurt with his tie around his neck. It wasn't the French that resulted in the attempted coup on Boumediene in 1965. It wasn't the French that resulted in the situation. It was a very Muslim affair. It was a very Arab affair. We exerted our independence. We just exerted it in very interesting and very creative and innovative ways. So the colonizers left. The next stage was what we chose to do between ourselves. In that next stage, the colonizers weren't able to come back into those countries. I ask you today, are any of the countries officially colonized? They're not, because they were never able to get the power again to restore that colonization. What happened in the next period was, when you read the history, was the Ummah decided to see how can we unite with each other. Tunisia and Libya, they united with each other for 24 hours in 1974. Then Bourguiba got cold feet and then he withdrew from the union with Gaddafi's Libya. Egypt, Syria and Iraq in 1960s, they united for 6 months. The reports suggest that the Syrians and the Iraqis couldn't handle the Egyptian arrogance, that it wasn't an equal partner, it was the Egyptians trying to assert themselves. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. The point is, look how they're looking at the next stage. They've kicked out the colonizers, now they're trying to discuss how to unite with each other. They set up the OIC. Some of you always mock the OIC. OIC does nothing. I agree it does nothing, but the OIC was set up in the spirit of how can we bring these nations together. The Americans are now this new superpower in that period, so they're trying to establish a military base. They can't establish a military base until 1991 when Saddam invades Kuwait. Again, who brings the American military base? It's when Muslims fell out with each other. Muslims won the independence. Then they fought with each other, argued with each other, invaded each other, and that gave the opportunity for the Americans to come in and establish military base. The point that I'm saying is, although those are tragic moments, they are all manifestations of independence. They are. They are manifestations of an independence that the Ummah won. They kicked out the colonizers, and then they started with wrestling with each other. In 2010, I'm from a town in Tunisia called Sidi Bouzid. Sidi Bouzid is right in the center of Tunisia. Usually in Tunisia, unfortunately, most of the presidents and prime ministers, they only come from the coast. They only come from Susa or these places, which means that the most developed areas in Tunisia are the places where the prime ministers and presidents come from. So usually in Tunisia, I always tell people, if you want to know Tunisia, land in Carthage airport, take a car and drive. You'll get to the motorway, you'll get near Susa. It's a nice, lovely motorway, so stuff that you see in France. But if you turn right in any way to go into the central areas, there's no longer a motorway. It's single lane, you know, coming there and coming back. And the roads are full of potholes. The closer you get into the central areas, the more potholes that you start finding, because those are the neglected areas. I'm from Sidi Bouzid, which is one of those neglected areas. Or my father is from Sidi Bouzid. I was born and raised in London. God save the king. In any case, in Sidi Bouzid, I'm from a village called Hawamad. Hawamad, the plural of Hamdi. So in the villages, they're named after the surnames. Rabhi, Ruabhiya, Hamdi, Al-Hawamad, these places. Bouazizi lives a few villages down. Bouazizi went to market one day. The police told him, you can't sell your goods here. And therefore he decided to burn himself. I'm not interested in the fiqhi issues on whether he should have burnt himself or not. That's not the point that I'm making here. You can discuss it in your private circles over the coffee in the cafes. The point is that when Bouazizi burnt himself, no one in the world, not France, nor America, nor the UK, believed that a revolution would take place from a rundown city like Sidi Bouzid. No one imagined that that would lead to a series of events that would topple an invincible authoritarian regime of Bin Ali. For those who don't know Tunisia, listen, if any Tunisian tells you that on the day Bin Ali ran away, that they knew they would topple Bin Ali, believe me, he's a liar. No Tunisian thought Bin Ali would be toppled. We were talking about coalition government with Bin Ali. No one thought that the people could topple an invincible regime, but they did. And then Mubarak fell, and then the other countries fell. Let me put to you the question here, you who believe the Ummah is weak. Was it France that toppled Bin Ali? Was it America that toppled Bin Ali? Did France want Bin Ali to fall? Did America want Bin Ali to fall? Did any of these international powers want Bin Ali to fall? No. Who toppled him? Who made it so that Bin Ali could not be rescued, that the regime could not be rescued? It was the Ummah that chose to move. So, let's look at now the historical milestones for those who say the Ummah is weak. The Ummah was colonized, they kicked out the colonizers. The Ummah went through a period where they couldn't recolonize, they couldn't come back in. Then the Arab Spring, they toppled the authoritarian regimes. And then even after Sisi's coup in Egypt, which ruined the Arab Spring and turned it into an Arab winter, the reality is that the pressure that you see, the chaos that you see in Libya, for example, in Libya the chaos is that the UAE ally Khalifa Haftar is unable to impose himself on Libya. Why? They don't have the power to do so. Why? What's the power that's preventing that? The power is an ummah that continues to move, that continues to mobilize. It may be chaotic and turbulent, but they're unable to impose that power on them. Even when you look at what's happening in Sudan today, for those who don't know what's happening in Sudan, the Sudanese believe they did a revolution, but Washington believes that it wasn't a revolution, it was the result of 30 years sanctions. And the parties that took power in Sudan agreed with Washington that it was 30 years sanctions. So Washington said, if you want money, I need to see a series of reforms. The Sudanese said, we want elections, you have to talk to us. They said, oh Scott, you're not the one who did the revolution. Ammi America did the sanctions, we need to talk to them to get money. So Washington said, I want Islam removed from the constitution. However, they removed Islam from the constitution. They said we need to see a new draft constitution that removes the role of Islam. They said no problem. They did a draft constitution. They didn't even write Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim on the top of the constitution. Then they said we want to see normalization with Israel. They went and normalized ties with the Israelis. Ya Ammi Washington, can I have money now? Will you be able to give me? Sudanese are saying we did the revolution. We won the freedom. Told them, oh Scott, there's no revolution or whatever. We did 30 years of sanctions to ideologically change the state. When you're ready to vote, when we believe you're ready, then you'll vote. Come, Burhan, Himeti, Hamdouk, all the other parties, come. We want to see more changes now. We want the army to be dismantled, and the UAE are telling us that Himeti's militia is ready to be a new army because we've trained it in Yemen, we've trained it in Libya, we've given it a lot of money. The Islamists in the army, they said, Allah, what do you mean dismantle the army? We need the army dismantled because the army resisted us for 30 years. We want to rebuild it in a way that's going to make sure Islam is never put back into the constitution. We want to do it in a way that makes sure that Sharia will not be in Sudan again. We want to liberalize it, to open it up. The army said, over my dead body that I'm going to dismantle myself. The army then said, okay, let's negotiate. Make it a 10-year period for the reform of the army. They said, no, Hemeti has to be the leader now. The army resisted. The parties, the civilian parties, who knew they would never win an election, who negotiated 69% of the parliament for themselves, who made those constitutional changes themselves, who insisted there should be no elections because they knew they would never win an election, because they were concerned. Tunisia produced Muslim-leaning parties, Egypt produced Muslim-leaning parties, Libya produced Muslim-leaning parties, Yemen produced Muslim-leaning parties. They said, let's not be stupid here, there's a pattern here. If you let the Sudanese vote, they won't vote to remove Islam from the constitution. They won't vote for normalization with Israel. Yeah, America, are you sure you want to do elections? They said, hell no elections. So they came and they agreed with each other. Then when the army refused to hand over power, refused to allow itself to be dismantled, they said to Hemeti, go, we'll give you the weapons, the money, everything you need, take them out. And that's why Tunisia now is plunged into a war. The genocide you see in Sudan is because Hemeti is failing to defeat the army, so he needs a power base. So he went to the western Darfur, and the Darfurians, they don't like Hemeti because he used to persecute them. So he's massacring the Darfurians, telling them, listen, I've decided to make my base here, you will accept. And he massacres, leaves the corpses onto the streets. But America is not concerned about that, and neither are the UAE, because the prize of removing Islam from the Sudanese constitution is worth tolerating a genocide that's taking place in Darfur. But the reason I point about what's happening in Sudan is this. When you look at what's happening in Sudan, there is chaos. In Libya, there is chaos. In Yemen, there is chaos. But chaos means that the colonizing powers that try to impose themselves no longer have the power to do so, because there is another power that is pushing back. In other words, and I promise I'll wrap up on this point, the way I see it is this, that if we've gone from colonization to misguided independence, to toppling authoritarian regimes, to a period of chaos that we have here, the trajectory is clearly not this. The trajectory is maybe, if it's not that, it's that. The trajectory is one in which the Ummah keeps moving forward. Even those who look at Pakistan, there are many people looking and saying, Pakistan is in crisis. Why is it in crisis? It's in crisis because an establishment that used to be able to control Pakistan suddenly sees its control under threat and challenged. By who, ya ibadallah? By America? No. By Russia? No. By China? No. By the ordinary Pakistani. By the ordinary people on the streets, who, when the establishment tried to rig the elections, the Pakistanis went and voted in 91 independent MPs. The largest party, no party came close to those 91 independent MPs. So you might think that the Ummah is weak. I see an Ummah that is banging on a door that had 10 chains on it, and they broke the chain number 1, there are 9 chains left. They broke another chain, 8 chains left. They broke another one, 7 chains left. And the colonizers and repressors are looking at that door. That door used to be sealed shut. That door used to be absolutely closed. That door is now swinging, it's now banging open. That door, they're like, oh my goodness, the door is opening. This Ummah that's supposed to be weak, it keeps demanding more. It keeps demanding more. How UAE says, America, help me. Saudi bin Salman, help me. Sisi, help me. Give me money to buy them off. The Egyptians are going on the streets and they're saying, Palestine, please forgive us. We are also a people colonized as well. You think the Ummah is weak. They think the Ummah is strong. You think the Ummah's voice doesn't mean anything. Israel is spending millions to shut down your social media accounts. Israel is spending millions to silence your accounts. Blinken went to Saudi. Views expressed are the speaker's own. They do not reflect those of the organization or anybody who invited me. Blinken went to Saudi to ask for a fatwa to get a group of people to be quiet. Who did he want to be quiet? The Ummah. This is why I always say semi-jokingly, although in reality I'm serious, I don't want people to get upset with me. Blinken believes in the power of Allah more than most Muslims do. Blinken needed a fatwa. He went to Saudi and said, give me a fatwa to get Muslims to be quiet. And the khutbah in Saudi for the next 4 weeks after Blinken left was, Ya ibadallah, make dua for Gaza, but don't talk about it. Ya ibadallah, cry for Gaza, but don't talk about it. Ya ibadallah, don't wear kafiyas in the Kaaba because it's a place of worship. Don't bring Palestine to the Kaaba. Ya ibadallah, beware the mutarabbisin. Beware the people who make you talk about Gaza, because if you talk about Gaza, it will turn you against your rulers. It will turn you against your scholars. Ya ibadallah, trust that your rulers know what they're doing. Trust that there is hikmah, that on the night the Palestinians scream on social media and they say, Ya ibadallah, ya ummati, Israel has cut off the internet connection in Gaza and the tanks are rolling into Gaza. Trust that there is hikmah in having Shakira dance on the same night in Riyadh. Trust that there is hikmah. This is the way that you advance the cause of Gaza. Trust that bringing Ngannou and Tyson Fury to do a boxing match in Riyadh. Trust there is hikmah in this while Gaza burns. Trust that there is hikmah in bringing Jared Kushner to Saudi Arabia in the Davos in the Desert Forum to give a keynote speech while the genocide is taking place in Gaza. He says from the heart of Saudi Arabia that the Saudis are also enthusiastic about the idea of normalization of ties. Trust that the leader knows what he's doing. Maybe it's taqiyya, Allahu a'lam. We criticized the Shia for it for so long and now we're trying to do it now as well. Maybe that's what the ulama are saying. Blinken believes in the power of Allah, which is why he went to try to get a fatwa to do it. Netanyahu believes in the power of the Ummah, which is why he spent millions to silence it. Biden wama adrak. Biden believes in the power of the Ummah so much so, the past 4 weeks he's been desperately trying to find a masjid to receive him in Michigan. Desperately trying to find a Muslim community that will take him. When I went to Michigan, there was an imam who said to me, Sami, Islam is about keeping the ties and keeping the, sorry, I apologize for standing up. They said to me, Islam is also about keeping all the channels of communication open, even in disaster. I told him, really? He said, yes. He goes, in Islam, even in the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he used to continue giving da'wah. I told him, Ya Imam, ittaqillah. He told me, what do you mean ittaqillah? I just gave you the burhan, the evidence. I told him, when the Treaty of Hudaybiyah was broken, when the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, whereby we voted Democrat to protect us from Trump, I mean, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah where they did between the Muslims and between the Quraysh. When the Treaty of Hudaybiyah was broken, Abu Sufyan went to Medina. You all know the story, right? He went to Medina. He went to Medina to say, can anybody get me a meeting with Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? I don't think he said Rasulullah at the time. I think he said Muhammad. Will anybody let me meet with Muhammad? He goes to Amr ibn al-As. What does Amr ibn al-As do? Does Amr ibn al-As say, let me give you da'wah? Amr ibn al-As says, sorry mate, can't help you. He goes to Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu. Does he say, yeah, Khalid ibn Walid, keep the tie? Khalid ibn Walid says, I can't help you either. Goes to Umar al-Khattab. Oh, he doesn't. I don't think he goes to Umar al-Khattab. Umar al-Khattab would have done something serious to him. Then he even goes to Bilal ibn Rabah. Look how the tables have turned. He put Bilal ibn Rabah on the floor and put a rock on his chest. Now he's begging Bilal ibn Rabah for a meeting with Rasulullah. Ya ibadallah, does Rasulullah meet with Abu Sufyan in that meeting when he comes to Medina? He doesn't meet with him. The Treaty of Hudaybiyah was broken. The point that I'm saying here is this, Ya ibadallah. Biden is worried about a power that you have. My question is, why can't you see it? Netanyahu is worried about a power you have. My question is, why can't you see it? Blinken is worried about a power you have. Why can't you see it? We talk about the Muslim states. Oh, in the Muslim states, they are imprisoning people in prison. Why are they imprisoning them? Because there's a power there that they fear. They fear there's a power that the Ummah has that needs to be restricted, needs to be constrained. Why is it they believe the Ummah to be strong, but you believe it to be weak? And that's the point I want to make here, Ya ibadallah. The Ummah has never actually been weak. The Ummah has always had the power to do so. And I want to finish by giving you the interpretation of the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that everyone uses to say that the Ummah was destined to be weak. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said that one day Allah will remove the fear in the hearts of your enemies and they will come onto you like people coming onto a plate of food. The Sahaba, they say, they ask a question. Ya Rasulullah, will we be many on that day or few? In other words, will we be strong or weak? Prophet ﷺ says you will be many, but you will be like the foam of the sea, the froth of the sea. Because again, up to this part of the hadith, the word dha'f, weakness, is not used in the hadith. The Prophet ﷺ says, because your hearts will be afflicted with wahan, a love of comfort, a love of dunya, and you will begrudge death, karahiyatul maut. You won't like the idea of dying. The meaning here, you won't like the idea of struggle. So this hadith doesn't say the ummah becomes weak. It just means the ummah will get to a stage where it's not prepared to do what is necessary to manifest its power. It wants to do activism in comfort. It wants to liberate Palestine in comfort. It wants to advance its cause in comfort. It wants to do it without compromising a 3-bedroom home and the plasma TV. And that's the point I say in that Ibn Khaldun, he says that a generation, Ibn Khaldun from Tunisia, people say, why do you keep quoting him? Because he's a countryman. Ibn Khaldun, in his book Muqaddimah, says a civilization lasts 4 generations. And listen to this because it applies here to the Ummah and it answers your question that the Ummah is not weak. It's just that it's not prepared to do what's necessary to manifest its power. Ibn Khaldun says that a civilization lasts 4 generations. The first generation is the generation that establishes the state. This is a generation that doesn't have resources. It tends to be poor. It lives its whole life in struggle. Struggle is just the norm. So because struggle is normal for them, they're not put off by struggle. Therefore, these are a people capable of spectacular feats. And these are the people who establish nations and states. The second generation is one that lives half its life in the struggle and half its life in the prosperity that the struggle produces. So because they lived half their life in struggle, they know what was required to deliver the prosperity. So even in prosperity, they never begrudge struggle because they know that struggle is necessary to keep that prosperity that was achieved through the struggle. The third generation, my generation, the third generation is born in prosperity, never seeing or feeling the struggle that created the prosperity. So they get used to comfort and they love it. So when struggle comes to them, they don't embrace it as something necessary. They run back into comfort and try to find an alternative, comfortable way to uphold the prosperity. But that way does not exist. And so because they keep trying to find comfortable alternatives, the prosperity begins to decline because no one is doing the necessary struggle to uphold that prosperity. And the fourth generation is the generation that's born in prosperity, albeit it's declining, but is desperately trying to preserve the comforts, not to preserve the prosperity itself. Ibadallah, ask yourselves that when Biden says to you, again the views expressed are the speaker's own, when Biden is asked by a reporter, aren't you worried that the Muslims will abandon you? And he says, what do you mean the Muslims will abandon me? The other side is Donald Trump. This is how I interpreted Biden saying. I thought to myself, I sat there after I heard Biden's comment. I said, you know what? Maybe Biden understands the Ummah very well. Because, and I'm not advocating for Trump in any way whatsoever. This is not what I mean. I'm saying from Biden's perspective. Astaghfirullah, it's not what I'm saying at all. I saw somebody in a WhatsApp chat after I gave a talk 2 days ago. He said, guys, I heard Sami's talk and I'm setting up Muslims for Trump. I told him, what? So that's not what I meant. But you think about it. Biden is saying that the other side is so horrific for Muslims that they will forgive me for genocide and vote for me. So I thought, okay, maybe Biden has a point. Let me think of the worst case scenario under Donald Trump. And then I read Hind Mekki's tweet. And then I realized I didn't need to imagine it. You guys had Trump before as president. And you survived. Were you here during Trump's presidency? You were here, right? You survived, right? Did anybody's house get taken from them? Did anybody have family members bombed? Anybody have their kids shot on the streets? Were there any streets that were forbidden for you? You know, like just apartheid, like kind of thing? Then somebody said, no, Sami, you're oversimplifying it. If Trump comes into power, he's going to censor the campuses. I told him, isn't Biden censoring the campuses now? Aren't you seeing what's happening in Cooney and what's happening in Stanford and these places? They're censoring the campuses. No, but Islamophobia is going to increase. I told him, didn't they report that Islamophobia has now increased 350%? In the past 2 months? Who's the president in that period? Isn't it Biden? What's the differentiator between the two? Then one wisecrack stood up and he said, no, but Sami, the system's going to stay the same either way. We'll answer that question later, in any case. But the point that I'm saying here is this. Ibadallah, if you don't believe the Ummah to be strong, then at least see the Ummah the way Netanyahu does. If you do believe the Ummah to be weak, at least try to see the Ummah the way Blinken does. If you believe the Ummah is weak, try to see the Ummah the way Biden does. Biden who's worried about his second term. And for those of you who don't like it, think Sami's exaggerating the power of our strength, I'll leave you with something perhaps might encourage you to take the first step. In Algeria, there is a concept. It's called zgara. Zgara is when you don't have power over someone, but they might be bullying you, but you've discovered that when you do something particular, it annoys them, it frustrates them. You do something, even though you have no interest in it, because you know it annoys them or hurts them, you do it. You're like, Yahi, why are you doing it? There's no interest for you. I'm doing it skarafik. I'm doing it just to annoy you. The reason I apply this concept here, and I said it the other day, was this. Somebody said to me, Sami, social media is having no impact. I don't believe any of your arguments. I told him, okay, yes, Sidi. Netanyahu is spending millions to shut down accounts. Sah wala la? He said, yes, Netanyahu is spending millions, but Netanyahu is misguided. Social media is not having an impact. I said, but Netanyahu thinks it does, right? He said, yeah, which means he feels hurt by it. He said, okay, yeah, he feels hurt by it. Then do it skarafi. do it skarafi. They said, Sami, boycotting, you know, it doesn't work. We don't have the power to boycott. I said, but the McDonald's CEO said that, you know, if it continues this way, it might hurt him. Yeah, but they'll find a way, like, to go around it. I said, but right now it hurts him. Sah wala la? He said, okay, yeah, it hurts him. Then do it skarafi. Do it skarafi. If you don't want to believe, do it skarafi. But I will also warn some people. The Prophet ﷺ said, the one who says the Ummah is ruined, he is the one who is ruined. And also, my issue with the statement that the Ummah is weak is that this is the Ummah of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, right? And the Lord of the Prophet ﷺ is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Has Allah ever been, I'm not going to dare finish the sentence, because you can see you all start to cringe here. But isn't that what you are indirectly saying? That Allah doesn't have the power to lift the Ummah out of this. And that's why I argue that in reality, and I promise this is where I finish. Someone did a meme on Twitch. It says, Sami, I'll finish on this point, Hamdi. This is why I always say that if you think the Ummah is weak, go and learn about the Ummah, what it's done over the past 100 years. And you will find the Ummah is not weak. You're the one who's weak. And to be honest, some of you might be thinking, okay, Sami, this is all well and good, but I still believe. And I will sympathize with you. Why? I read the books of the glory of the Ummah, and I still didn't believe the Ummah was strong until I actually went and met the Ummah. I went to Bosnia, and I met the Bosnians. and I saw the masajid full, and I saw the way they do Ramadan, and I saw the way that the minarets loudly do the adhan. And then I sat with the Bosnians and they told me the stories of why I am seeing what I'm seeing. And when you hear the horrific stories, how the Yugoslavian kingdom persecuted the Muslims, how the communist regime shut down Muslim associations, banned the printing of the Quran and restricted their ability to manifest Islam. In 1940s, they executed half of the Muslim leaders, including students, those of 22, 21 years old. They executed half of them and put the other half in hard labor. Then when Bosnia was established, when Yugoslavia broke apart, the Serbians, Mladic, Karadzic told Ali Izetbegovic in the parliament, he said, Alia, when I'm done with you, there'll be no Muslim left in the heart of the Balkans. Mitterrand, in Bill Clinton's autobiography, Mitterrand, the French president, Bill Clinton says that Mitterrand told him, I will not tolerate a Muslim state in the heart of Europe. I will not have it. And Bill Clinton says this is one of the reasons why I felt perhaps that Europe, it was almost as if they were happy to see the Serbs do what they were doing in Bosnia itself. When the Serbs went in, they rounded up 8,000 Muslims in Srebrenica and they slaughtered men, women and children. There is a video, I don't know if you guys have seen it, of a Bosnian father in Srebrenica. The Serbs, they make him a deal. They tell him, listen, call your 2 sons down from the hill and we promise to let you go. And the father says, sons, come. They've promised to let me live if you come down. They've promised to let me live if you come down. If you're a son and you heard that your father saying that, what's the first thing you do? You go down, right? They came down, the 2 sons, and the Serbs shot all 3 of them and left their bodies in ditches. All for the cause of, in the words of Mladic, eradicating Islam from the heart of the Balkans, from the heart of Europe. Ibadallah, Bosnia today, Islam is thriving in Bosnia. It thrives. Why? Because the Bosnians never believed the Ummah to be weak. The Bosnians believed Allah was strong, and so they kept resisting. They believed Allah was strong. And think about it this way. All the Bosnians had to do was give up La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah and they would have been fine. That's all they had to do. All they were being asked to do was give up La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Stop praying, stop fasting and come to our way of life and be part. They preferred to be persecuted. They preferred to resist and struggle than give up La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. And you have the nerve to go and look them in the eye and tell them the Ummah is weak.
Takbir. 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 Barakallahu fiqh. Now with this new motivation that we have, Sami Hamdi, what is it that each and every single person here in this room can do? Practically and specifically, what is it that we can do?
The first thing that, in my opinion, that Muslims should do, and it's to be honest, and I won't lie, many of you may have heard this before, and somebody did say to me, Sami bro, we need new content. I told them, Ya akhi, Allah said, فَذَكِّرْ إِن نَفَعَتِ الذِّكْرَ for starters. And secondly, Quran's been the same 1400 years. No one said we need a new Quran, astaghfirullah. The fact the message stays the same means that the situation remains the same and therefore the cause of justice remains the same and the call of justice is always the same. The first thing, in my opinion, Muslims need to do is appreciate what they've achieved. Appreciate that American public opinion is shifting not because of the economy, it's shifting because people are hearing your voices. Ibadallah, the Palestinians are recording their own genocide and they put it on TikTok, they put it on Instagram and they put it on Facebook. When they put it, I remember the Palestinians on Twitter saying, please raise our voices, don't let them silence us and drown us. And I remember my family at home, through tears, we were all like, I can't believe this is all I can do. Retweet, like, share, and the like. And then something stunning happened. Blinken went to Tel Aviv, and when he landed in Tel Aviv, he decided to go to Saudi Arabia instead of going back to Washington. The Washington Post reported the day after that the reason Blinken went to Saudi was because, quote, to tamp down on public anger. And I read the headline and I was baffled. I said, Allah? He went to Saudi to tamp down on public anger. Do you know what this means, ya ibadallah? It means that Blinken and Netanyahu, they sat in a war room. They sat discussing the genocide. And one of them said to the other that one of the things that might affect our ability to commit genocide is public anger, is public opinion, is public speaking out, is the public talking about the genocide. And that's why Blinken went to Saudi, went to UAE to try to find a way to get the public not to talk about Gaza, not to talk about it. And in the beginning when I read that, I thought, okay, but maybe Blinken is just taking precautions. Maybe Blinken is just taking precautions. Maybe it's not. And then, if you remember on the 20th of October, Biden put a bill in Congress trying to present $14 billion from Congress to give to Egypt and Jordan for them to receive Palestinian refugees, to assist neighboring countries. 8 days later, Biden came out and said, we're no longer going to facilitate the displacement of Palestinians. And I thought Biden was lying because he lied about seeing the beheaded babies. The White House had to come out later and say, no, he's lying. They didn't say he's lying. They said Biden was confused and he didn't actually see the image. He's repeating what Netanyahu said. The reason why Biden changed his mind was because the day before, a poll had come out in America that suggested that Biden was falling in the polls in 6 swing states. And the Reuters article said that the extraordinary thing about this poll was that Biden was falling in the polls not only because of the economy, but also because of Gaza. And the Reuters article says that the extraordinary thing about this poll is that Gaza is affecting American public opinion, even though Americans don't have boots on the ground. Meaning that the reason that Biden was falling in the polls was because Americans were seeing the videos and they were so stunned by them that they were turning away from Biden. They were so stunned by your voices, that you were elevating the voices of Palestine, that they were changing their minds. But how was that information reaching them? It wasn't reaching them because the Palestinians were recording and sending it to them. That's not enough to break the algorithm. The Palestinians are only 2 million people. That's not enough to change an algorithm. Hundreds of millions of people talk about Kardashians. There's no way that 2 million Palestinians are going to get that content. So the former head of Meta for North Africa did an interview with Al Jazeera where he said that when you want to break an algorithm, it can't be shared in the millions, it has to be shared in the billions. And that's what was happening. What was happening was TikTok, حفظها الله ورعاها ورفع مقامها inshallah, and preserve it for this ummah and preserve it for this country. Say Ameen, unless you're someone who wants to be dependent on CNN and New York Times, those PR companies for the Zionists. Be careful what you wish for. May Allah preserve that Singaporean CEO for TikTok. I'm saying Singaporean because I don't know if you guys have seen what happened in Congress, where they said to him, have you ever been part of China? Sir, I'm Singaporean. Have you ever been part of Chinese Communist Party? Sir, I'm Singaporean. And I won't lie, I just laughed because you grow up with the stereotypes of Americans, they don't know geography. And I was like, I know Americans know geography, but that guy clearly doesn't. Like, astaghfirullah al-azim. In any case, the point is, for those who know the algorithm, like for example, in my TikTok is different from your TikTok or your TikTok, because it depends what you like, right? So for example, my TikTok is Zinedine Zidane football tricks. It's R9, Ronaldo, number 9, for example. It's that guy, the chiropractor, I'm a chiro, like that. It's the African brother, he's amazing, follow him. Every morning I go in his account, he's like, yo bro, don't lose hope in Allah, huh? Allah said, Inna Allah ma'al, and I go, Inna Allah ma'al mu'minin. You know that? Or sometimes you might see some cartoons or the like. Another person's TikTok might be, I don't know, something dull like Sky News. But in any case, TikTok gives you a bubble. It creates a bubble based on what you like. Like I don't see American football on my TikTok. I don't see basketball on my TikTok. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. I try to watch American football, and I always say, but honestly, like, American branding, and it's relevant to this genocide, because, they're trying to brand it as sustainable ceasefire or the like. And I thought, how do the Americans get away with thinking they can brand it this way? And then I watched American football. Because it's called football, right? Just go with me on this one. I hold the ball. Okay, I'm holding it. And the team have lined up, right? So, hut, I'm holding. Whoosh, I throw the ball back, right? The quarterback grabs it, right? He holds the ball, okay? And then he throws the ball. And the guy running catches the ball. And then he gets to the other side and touchdown with the ball. And the American said, football. So I understand it. Like when I saw American football, I said, Allah, this is why Blinken thinks he can get away with calling it humanitarian pause and that kind. But the point that I'm making here is that for something to burst your algorithm bubble, your social media bubble, it can't just be popular. It has to be so stupendously popular that TikTok says, listen, I know you like Love Island and Kanye West and these, but you gotta see this because billions of people are sharing it. You gotta see this. I can speak American, see? You gotta see this because so many people are seeing this. And that's why Samantha, Sarah, Joe, David, William, Juan, when they woke up the next morning, all they saw a man holding a garbage bag, shouting on the streets, Ya ibadallah, has anyone seen his hand? Has anyone seen his hand? I found his legs, his torso, his arms and his head. Ya ibadallah, don't let me bury him without his hands. They would scroll to the next video hoping to see Kanye West freestyling. And instead they would see a baby with 3 limbs cut off without anesthesia because the Israelis bombed. They would see a mother with her 2 children being forced to walk kilometers out of their home. And the question that Samantha asked herself was, they kept telling us they were bombing hummus. Now they are, for those who say, why did he call it hummus? For the algorithm. It's true. These don't look like barbaric animals. So a girl called Megan Rice, she goes on TikTok, she says, I want to understand where these people get their resilience from. And she looks and she sees them say, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. You know, and she says, I got to read this book of theirs, this Quran that's making them so resilient. So for 2 weeks, every day she does a live, 1 page of the Quran. 2 weeks later, she pops up on a TikTok live with a hijab and says, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. For those of you who say the Ummah was weak, are you telling me Megan Rice thought the Ummah was weak and she joined the weak Ummah? Well, see the Ummah the way Megan Rice sees it. I saw a Zionist girl in LA, she did a video where she said, I grew up in a Zionist environment, I never heard Palestinian voices, but as a result of TikTok, hafadhahullah wa ra'aha, she didn't say that part, that's me. But as a result of TikTok, I finally heard Palestinian voices. I can't unsee what I've seen. I'm now dedicating my whole account to exposing what Israel is doing to Palestinians. I checked her account 2 days ago. Every single day she's doing something for Palestine. 3-4 days ago, did you guys see that Jewish girl, the one who's crying in tears in the camera, the one who says, I can't believe what my people are doing to the Palestinians? And she says, not me, she said it. She said, I'm so horrified by what my Jewish community have done in Israel against the Palestinians that when I go to an airport and I see Orthodox Jews, I look at them and I think to myself, are these people supporting this catastrophic genocide or not? Look, subhanAllah, how public opinion has changed. The reason why I say this is that when you ask yourselves, what can I do? Appreciate what you've done. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ قَوْلًا مِمَّنْ دَعَى إِلَى اللَّهِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا وَقَالَ إِنَّنِي مِنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. Is there any better speech than the one who calls to Allah, does good deeds and say, I am from the Muslimin? I used to read this hadith and think that that meant da'wah was the bake sale, the couscous that my mum makes me take to the neighbors on Eid, for example. That it was, you know, the baklawa. When you buy one for Mary, who lives on the other side of the street as well, and you tell her it's baklawa. For those who want to know, like, my mother is a very powerful character, Algerian, daughter of Mujahid. My mother, when King Charles became king, the council gave my road a permit to celebrate the coronation. Some English families, they want to celebrate it. So my mother, she said to me, Sami, make sure you're home that day. We need to go to the coronation celebration. I told her, Amma, إيش دخلنا في King Charles? Why are we getting involved in this coronation? She said, oh, Scott, we're going. I told her, Yamma, I don't know if we should. Scott, حاضر ma. Where's those copies of the Quran? Find them, bring them, bring them, bring them. She grabs the copy, she takes a baklawa, she takes some couscous, she goes out onto the street. So they're all celebrating the King Charles. And then she starts telling them, yes, yes, King Charles, you know he is head of the church. And they were like, yes. And the church celebrates Jesus. You know we believe in Jesus as well. And Mary. But we don't believe he's the Son of God. Let me show you what we say. We have whole chapter on Mary. Here is that Mary. And this is what we say. You see, it looked like they put Jesus on the cross, but they didn't put. And I'm watching my neighborhood sit with my mother on the street. They're supposed to be celebrating the coronation, but they are listening to her instead, telling her. That's why my mother always says, go to every gathering. You never know how you can. But the point is, I used to think da'wah was limited to that. Allah tells you what da'wah feels like, and this applies to you here. وَلَا تَسْتَوِي الْحَسَنَةُ وَلَا السَّيِّئَةُ. The good deed and the bad deed are not equal. Meaning that when you give da'wah, you might receive a backlash and they might use horrible tactics. Don't use their tactics, use the tactics of Islam. Well, because the bad deed and the good deed are not equal. Be like Umar Mukhtar. Umar Mukhtar, when they captured Italian troops, his soldiers, they said, let's do to them what they do to us. And Umar Mukhtar said, why would I do that? They said, look what they've done to us. He said, yes, but they are not our teachers. Our teachers are the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And that's why Allah said, idfa' billati ahsan. Push back with that which is best. And why does Allah tell you push back with that which is best? Not because it's only to have the moral high ground. Allah is not telling you turn the other cheek. Allah is telling you because if you idfa' billati ahsan. Sometimes in Arabic there is a language called Arab English. So for example, my dad will say when you go to the door, pusheha, pusheha. You know? Yeah, pusheha. So idfa', push back. فَإِذَا الَّذِي بَيْنَكَ وَبَيْنَهُ عَدَاوَةٌ كَأَنَّهُ وَلِيٌّ حَمِيمٌ. For the one who is your enemy today, the one shouting you today, the one Islamophobic today, the one who is Zionist today, tomorrow becomes your warmest ally. Ibadallah, how many of you saw those Jewish who went to the Congress and did the sit-in demanding a ceasefire? How many of you have gone to the protests, you've seen non-Muslims there? who yesterday were supporting Israel, yesterday they were supporting Zionism, today they're supporting the Palestinians. How many of you saw Allah, يزدكم قوة إلى قوتكم, how Allah has increased your strength, in that now you see African American 13 pastors, they write a letter and they say our congregation cannot support this genocide. How many have you seen your da'wah transform people from being Zionists to Palestinians? That's what Biden is so terrible. That's what you achieved. That's what I mean by appreciate what you've done. That's what you achieved because you refused to be quiet. But Allah tells you who are the people who achieve this. And this is the example of you, why I think this might be a turning point. Allah says the ones who flip the enemies to friends, وَمَا يُلَقَاهَا إِلَّا الَّذِينَ صَبَرُوا. And patience here, this is where you understand what patience is. Patience is not waiting for something to happen. Patience with a process that you feel is not producing an outcome. Perseverance with a process that you feel is slow. Patience with a process that you think might be going the wrong way because it's not producing what you want it. But if you're patient, it does produce something. We were patient in calling out. When you started to talk about Palestine, did you think you would bring about these changes? Did you think you could convince the Zionists to be pro-Palestinian? None of you thought you could do that. You were doing it to save yourselves by saying, I'm going to say what is right. But the thing that I find fascinating about the Ummah, and why I believe the Ummah is strong but it doesn't appreciate its strength, is that when we realize that our voices have had a difference, and you all appreciate your voice now, you all know your voice has had a difference, you're all seeing American public opinion change. But why did it take Gaza to show you when the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself said, "Ballighu anni walau ayah," convey from me even if it's just a verse? And I confess, I used to read the hadith and think that what it meant was walk down the street, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, whoo, spiritual high. That's what I thought it was. Until you realize that the emphasis in this hadith is on walau, convey from me even if it's just a verse. The point being, don't be an ummah that's silent. Don't be an ummah that's quiet. If you don't have the power to advance the cause of Islam in the way that you want, do the bare minimum, which is to convey even a verse. But don't be quiet. Don't be an ummah that does nothing. Don't be an ummah that gives up. That's what the hadith means. That the Muslim must never be idle. The Muslim must never be still. The Muslim must never be somebody who does nothing. The Muslim at every moment should be somebody who moves. Because Allah said, وَمَن يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى. Those who do even an atom of a good deed, Allah sees it and Allah gives you those encouragement. But the point that I'm saying here is that even when you look at the other hadith, مَنْ رَأَى مِنْكُمْ مُنْكَرًا فَلْيُغَيِّرُ بِيَدِهِ. He who sees something that's wrong, let them change it with his hand. The Prophet in this hadith did not say after it, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, did not say after it, but if you don't have the power, then there's no point. Prophet said, if you can't change it with your hand, فَبِلِسَانِهِ, denounce it, talk about it, raise awareness. Don't wait and say we need to wait for the army or we need to wait for the money or that kind of thing. Talk, raise your voice, keep talking about it. And if you cannot, then condemn it in your heart. Make dua privately, make dua in your heart. And that's the weakest of faith, he said. The point being is that the Rasul in this hadith, it took many of us, Gaza, to show us that our voice can make a difference. But the Prophet had already told you that the voice was an elevated form of resistance. He already told you that to speak out was an elevated form of resistance. He already told you that your voice can change and can change the apparent American public opinion. And some of you might be sitting here and saying, and I promise this is the final point. Sheikh Yasser Fahmi said, just say it's your final point, but don't say I promise, because you have to do a lot of kafara for what you've been doing. You know, you're giving a bad example, Sami. I told him, Sheikh Hadr, no problem. What made me weep in my bed was that after Gaza, I went back to the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and I was considering this idea, you know, that the voice is power. And I realized sometimes, you know, when you read the seerah, people skip over the first 13 years of da'wah very quickly. Because in many people's eyes, it's a period of weakness. The Muslims are being beaten up, they're being persecuted. It's the boycott, Khadija anha dies, Ali ibn Abi Talib dies. It's a very tough period. We tend to view it as a period of weakness. But then you read it and you think, hang on a second, was it a period of weakness? What was the power that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had that made Quraysh feel insecure despite the fact that they had the money, they had the weapons, they had control of society? What's the power that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had that made them insecure with that power? What's the power that made the Quraysh so uncomfortable that the Prophet ﷺ and the Muslims had, that meant that they were spending and they were deploying force all to keep these Muslims quiet? And you start reading through the first 13 years of life of Prophet ﷺ, and you start realizing, hang on a second, these Muslims weren't weak. Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anhu leaves the elite of Quraysh, he leaves their armies and leaves their wealth to join the supposedly weak Muslims. What's the power Umar ibn Khattab saw in them that means that he leaves that high life to go and join them? What's the power the Prophet ﷺ had that made Mus'ab ibn Umayr leave the life of luxury, radiyallahu anhu, a man who used to walk through the market and you can smell his perfume behind in the market, leave the elite of Quraysh to go and join the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? And then you start asking, hang on a second. Abu Talib in the film, The Message, Mustafa Aqad, Allah yarahmu, phenomenal movie for anybody who hasn't watched it. Abu Talib is lying on his deathbed and he has the leaders of Quraysh and he says to them, all Muhammad wants from you is one word. And Abu Sufyan says something remarkable, because it reminds me of that word ceasefire that no one wants to say today. He said, if it was a matter of one word, we would have given him 100 words. The problem is the word he wants. The problem is that word is making our elites and our sons abandon our ways. It's making Kamala Harris's daughter raise money for Palestine while her mother is Zionist. That word is rupturing our foreign policy relations. Ja'far ibn Abi Talib has gone to Najashi, our best friend, our closest ally. And Najashi, when we sent Amr ibn As, his friend, to get the Muslims to come back, Najashi, for the sake of a couple of Muslims, dares to tell Quraysh, not for a mountain of gold will I hand them over to you. They stay here, and Najashi becomes Muslim. The Prophet ﷺ didn't need an army to make France call for a cease, to make Najashi turn on Quraysh. The Prophet ﷺ didn't need the money or those media or the like to make Belgium call for sanctions on Israel. The Prophet ﷺ didn't need the army or the wealth to make Joseph Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief, criticize, to make Aus and Khazraj come to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and say to him, we will lend you our support. And Abbas, anhu, the uncle of the Prophet, is so surprised that they've come, they're willing to lend their allegiance because of the word. He stands up and says, do you guys realize what you're getting into? By lending your support to this man, you will turn all of Arabia against you. They say, we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into, but his word is worth it. And when you read the seerah from that perspective, this is why I always tell people, seerah is a political book before it's a spiritual book. Seerah is a political book. It's all politics. We tend to read it. You know when people say, when will Dajjal come? Sometimes I think Dajjal is already here. Because even in Islam, we look at it with one eye only. We look at Islam spiritually. We look at Islam in terms of the rituals and habits. We don't look at Islam in terms of the politics and what it brought. We celebrate Sahaba used to do the tahajjud, but we neglect that Sahaba were also out on the street on the front lines of justice. And we tell ourselves that we won't go to the front lines of justice until our tahajjud is ready. Whereas you have the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, he used to walk down the street correcting people's tahajjud at the same time they were standing up for justice. So they were looking with both eyes. We are the ones looking with one eye. Sometimes I get scared that we might be Dajjal without realizing it. The point that I'm saying is, when you look at the impact of the word of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and how it made Quraysh feel so insecure despite their weapons and the like. This is what I meant when I said it bewilders me that an ummah believes itself to be weak. I came to the conclusion, and I could be wrong, that it's not that the ummah is weak, it's that the ummah doesn't understand the life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That they read it and they say, MashaAllah, but they don't implement what the Prophet sallallahu did in the Quran. And I promise, and this is linking to it, so this is technically still final point. There are some of us here who are feeling a bit tired, who are feeling that stress. Some of us are feeling scared, like we get worried when listen, I'll let you know a secret. Before I tweet about Palestine and Israel, I'm hesitant, I'm nervous. Let no one tell you that haqq is always done when you feel at ease. And the proof is that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when after 13 years of persecution, Allah doesn't send him an army, Allah tells him leave Mecca. When he leaves Mecca, he obeys the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But look what he says when he leaves Mecca. He steps outside of Mecca, and before he continues on his way to Medina, he turns around, he looks at Mecca and he says, Wallahi, you are the dearest land to me. And if your people had not driven me from you, I would never have left you. He's heartbroken. He's heartbroken as he follows the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's crushed, his heart is broken at what he's been made to do. But Allah doesn't rebuke him for it in any way whatsoever, because Allah understands what the human condition is. And that's why I always tell people that one of my favorite surahs in the Quran is Surah Taha. I tell you why. Because I was 16 when I first read Surah Taha. And when you're reading Surah Taha, you start looking at Musa alayhi salam and you think, you know what, Musa, makes me feel better about myself. And the brother said to me, what do you mean he makes you feel better? He's a prophet. What are you talking about? I said, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shows Musa the signs and tells him go to Pharaoh, Musa says, I'm scared. Musa says, you know, I'm scared. I've killed somebody from this. I'm worried they're going to kill me. Allah has told him to go. And I'm not saying he's answering back. I'm saying that Musa alayhi salam, his response to seeing the Lord Almighty is, I'm scared. But then Allah tells him, you don't need to be scared. Innani ma'akum asma' wara. Allah, then Musa says, Ya Allah, send Harun with me. Innahu afsahu minni lisanan. He's more eloquent than I am. Ushdud bihi azri, he says in Surah Taha. Wa ashrikhu fi amri. And I'm 16 years old reading it and thinking, wait a minute. Allah has told him to go on a mission. And he's saying, Allah, I don't want to go by myself. Please send Harun with me. And my initial one, because my environment around me, I was like, you know, some brothers could possibly say that Musa is saying Allah is not enough. He needs Harun with him. But then I realized, no, that's because we're narrow-minded in our interpretation. Because Allah says, قَالَ قَدْ أُوتِيتَ سُؤْلَكَ يَا مُوسَى. Musa, we give you this favor. We make Harun with you. وَلَقَدْ مَنَنَّ عَلَيْكَ مَرَّةً أُخْرَى. This is not the first time we've shown favor on you. Then when he gives him Harun, both Musa and Harun says, رَبَّنَا إِنَّنَا نَخَافَ أَن يَفْرُطَ عَلَيْنَا وَأَيَطَ. Ya Allah, we're both scared to go to Pharaoh. And I looked at Musa alayhi salam, I said, you know, Musa, my guy, mashallah, he's making me feel bad. I always thought my heart had to be solidly at ease. Here he is demonstrating to me that fear and hesitation is not a sign of weak iman. What you choose to do based upon it is the sign of your iman. Because even when Musa stands in front of the sorcerers, فَأَوْجَسَ فِي نَفْسِهِ خِيفَةً Musa. Allah still fears the heart. But look how merciful my Lord is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. قُلْنَا لَا تَخَفْ إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْأَعْلَى. This is the 5th time Allah is telling Musa, don't be scared. The 5th time. And I realize that Allah is not expecting me to have a heart that is so completely, I don't care what happens. Allah is merciful and saying, this fear and hesitation is not a sign of weak iman. I'm with you, trust me and go. Despite this fear, trust me and move. Trust me, take 1 step, I'll take 10. Trust me, come to me walking, I'll come to you running. Trust me, Ya Musa, throw your stick, I promise I will make you a'la. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْأَعْلَى. Trust me, I promise they will not harm you. And then you read the next part, you think Musa alayhi salam, usually when you're running away from someone, where do you run? For the hills. You run for the forest. Allah tells Musa to run to the sea. Just think about it for a second, subhanAllah, because sometimes I feel we don't appreciate the ayat. When Allah tells Musa to go to the sea, think about how extraordinary what he's asking him. Go to the sea. He's telling me, you need to trust me even in this situation. I read the ayah and I thought, I can't lie. Maybe I would have been someone who said, Ya Allah, you show the sea. Can't we go to a mountain somewhere? Or go to, you know, really, it's to make you appreciate it. He goes to the sea and Allah gives him the miracle. He parts the sea completely. But that's the point that I want to make. The question was, what can we do? The reason why I haven't added to it is because sometimes I feel the Ummah doesn't appreciate what is done. And the way I see it is, وَلَئِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. Be happy with what Allah has given you, Allah will amplify it. And also, the Americans have a lovely saying, you Americans, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If social media is causing all this stuff and this dawah, keep being loud, keep talking, keep raising your voices, keep going to the protests, keep boycotting. Starbucks is shutting down a lot of offices now. Keep boycotting, and bi-idhnillah, Biden is buckling. He will buckle even more, and bi-idhnillah, you will be the reason why Genocide Joe is punished for the genocide he made, inshallah.
Takbir. 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 Just like to remind the audience again that Aisha is going to be delayed today. So we're still going to pray, just later, inshallah. Now a question for the audience. Raise your hand if you are registered to vote. Oh, that's decent.
You know, that's the first time I've seen this kind of number in a masjid. Wow. Bismillahi
Allahu
mashallah. Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Because I tell you why, I promise you, I won't take long on this one. I went to an area in San Francisco and someone asked the same question, only a quarter of the people put their hands up. And I said to them bluntly, I said, how is Biden worried that you're going to use your vote in one way and you haven't even armed yourself with the right to vote? But mashallah, well done. You know, I'm going to go around I'm going to Phoenix tomorrow, inshallah, and then I'm going Denver the day after, and then I'm going to Seattle the day after, and then New Jersey. I'm going to tell everybody what I saw just now, inshallah.
So for those of you who didn't raise your hand, today's your lucky day. Because outside in the lobby, we have booths ready for you to register to vote. Okay, there are tables, brothers and sisters side. If you did not raise your hand, please, immediately after Salat Aisha, go make sure to register to vote. Next question. Sami Hamdi, we have a lot of youth tonight in the crowd, mashallah. what field do you advise Ummah-focused youth? What field do you advise for them to pursue that will give them maximum benefit for our Ummah?
The Canadian poet Buna Muhammad says, "We are all reflections true, so I can't talk about me without talking about you." The point is that our experiences are shared. And sometimes we all have stories to tell, but they all resonate with each other. There are two reasons why I don't have a specific answer. The first reason is that even on this journey with regards to Gaza, I found that a lot of people with specific expertise amplified my own. The tech guys, they taught me about algorithms and they told me what they're doing within their own environment. I met with tech guys and they came to me and they said to me, "Sami, we want to ask you a question." I said, "What's the question?" They said, "We want to tell you what we've done inside the tech companies, and can you tell us if this is something Allah will accept from us, because we feel like we should do more." I said, "What do you guys do?" They said, "Firstly, do you remember those few pages with millions of followers that were documenting Palestine? They were taken down by social media." They said, "Yeah." They said, "We lobbied, we're the ones who got them restored." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." They said, "One of the ways we did it as well is, there were two Zionists on the monitoring board, which monitors, which flags content. We lobbied inside as a Muslim group, we got the two Zionists removed from the monitoring committees." "Really?" I said, "No wonder I haven't been shadow banned, alhamdulillah." Then they said that for some of the tech companies, whenever Palestinians would apply, they would have to apply to the Tel Aviv office. And you can imagine what the Tel Aviv office would reply to them. They said, "We lobbied and lobbied and lobbied and convinced the company to move the applications office from Tel Aviv to London. And that's why we have more and more Palestinians joining those tech companies." Yes, Sami, does this consider to be part of our? I said, "Dude, I wouldn't even have thought about these initiatives, mashallah." You go to somebody who's not particularly eloquent, but is wonderful at organization of data. I went to Texas, he laid out a map. He said, "Sami, can I sit down with you?" He laid out a map and he showed me all of the numbers where Muslims can flip the seats and punish those who supported genocide. And I said, "What made you understand how?" He goes, "I studied data science. My job's quite boring." He goes, "I just work on payroll and stuff, but I found that, mashallah, like the stuff I learned from it, I could easily apply it to this kind of thing." The reason I tell you these two examples is to highlight that you never know what job is going to give you the talents and skills that you need to eventually go on and provide something for the Ummah. Because in an army, you have archers, you have cavalry, you have spearmen, you have planes, everybody's doing a different job. Not everybody does the same thing. For those of you who play soccer, football, you realize every position on the field, not everybody can play every position on the field. It requires a different type of intelligence. And the reason I started Buna Muhammad's poems is because it happened in my case. My father was desperate for us to do law. My father, I always tell people, if you're impressed with my political analysis, you haven't met my dad. My dad is different league. My dad is the one who, we went to Tunisia for a while. He was involved during the Arab Spring period. And I'll never forget, we used to tell my dad that, "Look, your policy of not taking businessmen money to help to fund the party and the like is going to kill us." He told me, "Yes, Sami, the problem is that if we take money, there is always somebody richer than us who will buy the people that we've given money to. It doesn't work. They will follow you 5 years and that's it. You need somebody who their hearts are with you. And لا توقدوا إلى الجنة بسلاسل. You cannot be dragged to Jannah in chains. If the people's hearts are not ready and they're not in it, then there's no point. Change can't happen. It's better to spend 25, 30 years convincing the people than it is to use 5 years and take the shortcuts." In any case, my dad wanted us to be law. He was imprisoned at 19 years of age under the Bourguiba government, tortured under the rooms of the Interior Ministry. When we went back to Tunisia, he went back after 25 years. He didn't want to go anywhere near the building. He said, "I know what happens in those rooms underneath those Interior Minister." 20 years of age, he flees, he runs from Tunisia. So while he was in the court cases being dragged by the regime, he loved the way lawyers used to defend him. So he said, "I want my son to be a lawyer." And all 4 siblings, we all did law. Not a single one became a lawyer. So I did my undergrad in law, realized I didn't want to do law, didn't know what I wanted to do, so I did my master's to waste time, a very expensive way to waste time. When I finished my master's, I still had no idea what to do in the world. The world is big. Some of you who are young, you feel it that way. What am I going to do in life? Those of you who are certain about what you're going to do in life, be wary of that certainty, because life never goes the way that you think it's going to go. So I decided to try law. So I applied and I managed to find, a position in one of these big firms and the like. And my father called me 10 days after I was in the law and he said to me, "Sami, how is it?" I told him, "Baba, it's really good, alhamdulillah. I'm working on these multi-billion-dollar contracts, Mecca, Medina Metro, these buildings, construction projects." And my dad went quiet on the phone and he went, "I raised you to defend the Ummah and now you're a secretary for big companies, huh?" Well, as long as you like it. It hurt me so badly that I left. When I went home, he was even more angry. He said, why'd you leave? I told him, what do you mean? So then I tried the high street law firm. I said, let me be a man of the people. The problem with the high street law firm was an Egyptian would walk in and he would tell you, I'm applying for refugee status. I tell him on what basis? He says, I'm Palestinian. I tell him, what do you mean? He goes, I'm Palestinian, applying for refugee status. I tell him, bas ya am, you're not Palestinian. He goes, yeah, but just say I am. How are they going to know? I tell him, I even remember once a Pakistani guy came in and said to me, Sami, I want to apply refugee status. I said, on what basis? He said, write that I am homosexual. And I told him, Taqillah, what do you mean? And he goes, and I was like, okay, the law says you need to provide proof. And he looks at me and he says to me, you do know I'm not, right? And he goes, yeah, but the law says you need proof. He goes, what do you mean proof? Ya akhi, taqillah. I told him, how can you tell me taqillah? What's wrong with you? He ended up bringing a picture of him and his friend handing, like they're standing by the beach, like putting an arm like that. So I said to myself, I can't do this. I left. When I left, I had got married young. I was 20 when I got married. I saw my wife annihilating somebody in a debate. And I said, I said to my friend, who is she? 4 weeks later, I proposed. I did istikhara. I saw a dream that the friend I asked about her, he brought me a qurbani. And in the dream, he tells me, this is qurbani, this is Eid. And I went, Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. I called him. I said, Tayyib, go tell that Sumaya girl, there's a guy called Sami wants to marry you. He said, Akhi, what do you think this is? 1500s. What do you mean? Then go and say Sami wants to marry you. I said, Wallah, she's going to say yes. Wallah. Astaghfirullah. Anyway, so I had got married, so I needed a job badly. I was unemployed. And the reason why I'm answering the question this way is because you'll find that Allah will give you something that is suited to your talents, and Allah will teach you in a way that is unique to you. A friend of mine, I was sending applications like every student. You know when you send 200-300 applications a day and you have the same cover letter, but you change the name of the company at the top. Your company is amazing, it's wonderful, it's this, and I've dreamed about working for it, and I want to do this. And sometimes some companies, they reply back and they're like, excuse me, we're not actually this company, but thank you for sending the, because you forget to change the name of the company. So a friend of mine, he sent me, he said, Sami, I think you'd be really good for this. It was a role for a Middle East analyst at a political risk firm. And I had no idea what an analyst was, and I had no idea what a political risk firm was. So anyway, I did the same thing, changed the name of the company, and I sent the cover letter. They invited me for an interview. In the interview, they said, tell us why you're interested in being a Middle East analyst. And because I was, I was a bit demoralized at the way, I was struggling to find a job, that I like. So I didn't research what the role was. So when they said Middle East analyst, I was like, just talk about Middle East and hope it's relevant to analysts. So I was like, this is what's happening. The Arab Spring had just happened, and this, and Tunis, and Qatar, and Saudi, and Emirat, and Masr, and this, tarara. They said, thank you, we'll decide. They called me second interview. Tell us specifically about Saudi, UAE, and this. And I said, this. I had no idea what the job does. When they sent me the offer letter, they offered me the graduate salaries. They offered me like the top end of the graduate salaries. So I said to my wife, I don't know what this job is, but for that kind of money, they can ask me to do anything they want. For that kind of money, they can ask me to do anything that I want. So I went, and it turns out my job was basically a company would come and they would say, we have 200 million invested in Saudi Arabia with a particular partner. But there are changes happening in Saudi Arabia, and we know that in Saudi Arabia, it's not a country of law, it's a country of relationships. So we want to know that who's going to come to power next, and will our partner still have access after that as well. So you would analyze, you'd say, for example, if you want to know who's in power in Saudi, look at the governors of Riyadh and Mecca. Riyadh tells you who's trying to prevent a coup. Mecca tells you who's ready to get a fatwa to give bay'ah. And, for example, they would say, I remember we had a client, they came in and they said, we're not worried about what's happening in the Middle East. My company was trying to pitch to them. And they said, we're okay in Saudi, we're okay in UAE, we're okay, but we're okay in Algeria. And I went, excuse me, I don't think you're okay in Algeria. They said, what do you mean? I said, it was 2014 at the time. I said, Bouteflika was ill at the time. They couldn't find a replacement. So the two factions were fighting each other, and they were leaking each other's dirty laundry to the press. And I was like to the company that your name was in the dirty laundry that was leaked in 2006. Shakib Khalil ended up being put on the Interpol. It might happen again. So I realized I enjoyed my job. I remember once, just to tell you for the youngsters, by the way, youngsters, just this is something to keep in your mind. In my company, there was an alcohol company, they came. And I went, astaghfirullah, 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 astaghfirullah. So I thought, I'm not going to go into work that day. So on the day I didn't go in, the company didn't come. They came the next day when I was there. So when they came, the partner said, Sami, come to the meeting. And I was like, but I don't want to do work for alcohol company. So I came up with an idea. I said, look, listen, the salary is good, right? So I said, okay, I'll go to the initial meeting where they give you the brief of what they want and they ask you, do you want to do it? And then I'll be sick throughout the project because it's not my company, I'm just an employee. And plus, what's an alcohol company doing in the Middle East anyway? This is a good opportunity to hear how it works. Like how is it they entrench themselves? Maybe I might learn something. I can see some brothers going, ooh, wait to the story. So I went to the meeting and I sat down, and this company, it owns 8 alcohol brands around the world. They said, we want to ask you about Turkey. They're talking to the boss. I said, okay, what are you asking about? They said, Erdogan, this is 2013, Erdogan has passed a law, no alcohol after 10 p.m. At that time, we had a WhatsApp group. The brothers were saying, look at these Turks, wallah. Alcohol halal during the day, but haram in the night. So you can be drunk for dhuhr, but sober for tahajjud. And they think this. So the company is saying, alcohol, they passed the law, no alcohol after 10 p.m. And I said, okay, so like, what does that have to do with you? They said, this law means a 35% drop in our profits. So I said, okay, so? They said, our question is very simple. There's elections next year in Turkey. Is Erdogan going to win or lose? And this time my eyes have gone, okay, lahda, 1 second. If he loses, they said if he loses, we'll take the 35% hit and then lobby the new government to reverse the law. And if he wins, we will start winding down the alcohol side of our business, and we'll go into something like bottling, doing water bottles or doing something like that. I told my boss, I'll do this job. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. He said to me, you sure? I said, yeah. I wrote the report, the meaning of which was, Erdogan will be in power until Yawm al-Qiyamah, inshallah. The point is, the point is, you learn from unexpected places, like very much unexpected places. And you can learn in ways where you don't compromise your values either. Like you really don't compromise your values either. But also you learn from humiliating mistakes. And I'll share one with you. I only lasted at that company for about a year. They hired a Muslim guy in the company. I was the first Muslim in the company, and then they hired another one who used to go with them to the pub and used to drink alcohol. So then they started coming to me and saying to me, Sami, when you say you don't come with us to the pub, we drink alcohol, this guy is coming with us to the pub. Why aren't you coming to us? I was like, but guys, like you don't want to be slandering your brother, but you got to defend yourself at the same time. So you're like, no, it's ikhtilaf. Astaghfirullah. And you're like, and then you get frustrated. You're like, no, because it's haram. Like he shouldn't be going either. They're like, oh, you're throwing your colleague under the bus. I'm like, no, I'm not. And you could feel the tensions grow as a result. But in any case, I'll never forget. We went to this hedge fund. They would run about $26 billion in investments, and they said they wanted to ask about Egypt. Sisi had just done his coup. So the company, they said, listen, we don't really care who rules Egypt. We're just sick and tired of the upheaval. Is the upheaval finished now? Because if there's another one coming, we're just going to withdraw our $100 million investment in Egypt. And I was heartbroken by the coup in Egypt because I knew Tunis was next. Like I knew it. I knew Tunis was going to be next. So the company I was working with, they were happy with my analysis. So they said, Sami, you can speak first, which is very rare for an analyst. And I went, 6 months, Sisi's gone. They were like, what? I said, 6 months, Sisi's gone because the army won't tolerate the reputational risk and Egyptians are angry on the ground and they've tasted this. And I knew that, in my heart that it was wrong. But then we had the former British ambassador to Saudi. He was next to me. He intervened. He said, no, but it may well be Sisi stays in power because of the army, whatever. When I walked out, he gave me the advice that changed my whole life and set me well on the way to succeed later on. He said to me, Sami, if you want to succeed in this industry, you have to remember, we don't tell people what we want to happen. We tell people what we think will happen. And don't let that demoralize you, because when you analyze in that way, you will be able to identify the opportunities that will pave the way for what you want to happen. But always start from the position of what you think will happen, even if it's tragic, because that's the first step to identifying how to change it. Don't be delusional, be realistic and objective, and you can build from there afterwards. The point that I'm saying, the reason I'm answering the question this way is, I didn't anticipate that this is where the course of life would go. And even later, the first TV appearance, it didn't come because of some sophisticated way. My wife went to see her family for a week. I was lonely and bored in London. So I said, I'm going to go to Istanbul. At that time, it was like $60 for a ticket to fly direct from Luton. Nowadays, it's much more expensive. I went to see my friend Abu Bakr Shamahi. He's now an Al Jazeera journalist. He was working for TRT World at the time. I'm sitting in his flat in Istanbul. He tells me, Sami, I'll leave you the keys. I've got an interview tonight on Yemen. Told him, go. He said to me, by the way, I haven't been following too much. I know you wrote an article recently. What's the key points? I said, listen, Yemen is very simple. Houthis did a coup, but Saudis have done so much destruction, people are focusing on Saudi. And he was like to me, do you want to do the interview? And you try to look humble, dignified in it. You want to do it, but you need to look dignified. No, surely not. No. And he called his boss, so I went and did the TRT interview. After that, they started bringing on. That's the first TV appearance, just to show you networks matter. Abu Bakr is an old university friend. But TRT World was TRT World. It's not like Al Jazeera. Erdogan and Fethullah Gulen, they fell out with each other. Erdogan sacked many thousands of people from the state institutions. One of them ends up at Al Jazeera English. She's not Fethullah Gulen, don't worry about it. She says, Sami, I'm going to get you onto Al Jazeera. She went to her directors, they said, Google him. Nothing came up on Google. They said, he's a nobody. Well, Al Jazeera, we don't bring nobodies. So she said, I'm going to get you on, I'm going to get you on, I'm going to get you on. Second time, on the fourth time, I said, please stop messaging me. You raise my hopes and you crush them. I can't live like this. I'm going to get white hairs before I'm even 30. One day, she called me on a Saturday at midday. She said, Sami, how far is London Bridge from your house? I said, 50 minutes. She said, get dressed now and run to the studios there. It's Inside Story, a debate show, their flagship debate show. One guest has just cancelled, and my director said, bring any Tom, Dick, and Harry, because we already have 2 heavyweights. We just need a passenger for the 3rd guest. The following day, for those youngsters, the following day, I was about 25 at this point, 26. The following day, Washington Post wrote, Middle East expert Sami Hamdi says, da-da-da-da. New York Times, Middle East expert Sami Hamdi says. I had the blog where I was typing my analysis, and no one would read it. I had one email on the mailing list, which was my wife. The only traffic on the website was my sister Zainab. On that day, Harvard, subscribe. Yale, subscribe. UCLA, all these, they started, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State Department, they all start. You don't know where the opportunity is going to come, but as long as you keep moving, those opportunities start opening. The question was, what's the best way to use your skills for the ummah? Allah will give you a unique set of skills, and He will put you in a unique set environment where you will develop, not every skill that everybody has, but you will develop a unique set of skills, and then you will meet somebody where that skills will be relevant to them, or a cause will emerge where your skills will be uniquely set for them. And this is the point I'll finish on. Even now in Gaza, how did I get here to Albany in front of you? I was sitting at home upset like everybody else about Gaza. My wife walks into the room and she says to me, Sami, Saraha, when you're sitting at home depressed like this, you're no use to me. You don't help me with the dishes, you don't help me with the hoover. So listen, either go to the office and record a video and pour your heart out, or please help me out in the house. I told her I'll go record a video. I do dishes, don't worry sisters, I promise. I do help out a lot in the house. In any case, I went and did the video. When I did the video, Muhammad Jalal, Thinking Muslim, he said, Sami, come, let's do a podcast on it. I did the Thinking Muslim podcast. Yaqeen reached out the following day. I did the Yaqeen podcast. I got invited to LA for 3 days to attend the convention. I gave my speech in LA. Chicago said, you need to come the next month to come to this place. When they found I was going to Chicago, the guys in Dallas said, come to Dallas. I did that Roots thing. There was a video that went viral on it, which opened up other doors here and there. Then I got to sit down with those who were strategizing, that those who are saying, what can we do? Somebody has developed an app now in California and Texas. We sat down and discussed. I remember they said in Atlanta, I said, guys, wouldn't it be nice if we had an app where you put your zip code in and it tells you the candidates in your area, who is pro-genocide, who is anti-genocide. Last week, there is an app called Vote for Peace. They've got the candidates for California and Texas. You put your zip code in, it tells you who the candidates are. And I received an email that said, Sami, we did it. I don't know how to set up an app or a tech app, but they do. But Allah brought our efforts together. Yaqeen were going this way, I was going this way. Allah is the one who brought us together. You moved one way, I moved one way. Allah is the one who's brought us together. And this is what I mean by the outcome belongs to Allah, but the striving belongs to us. We don't know where the path will lead, but that's not a problem if you trust that Allah will lead you on that path. If you move, Allah will guide you on that path. That's why Allah says, if you go to Him walking, He comes running. He comes running to make sure that you don't get lost on the path. You take one step, He'll bring you onto that right path, and He will bring the dots together to amplify the efforts. But it requires the ummah to move, and that's the message I want to leave you with today. Move, ya ibadallah. Don't be an ummah that does nothing. You've made the difference, and any time that you feel down, remind yourself what you've done. فَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا. If you were to count the blessings of Allah, you'd never finish counting them. 5 months ago, if you had told me that Israel would be on trial for genocide, I would have laughed at you. Today they're being dragged through the ICJ. The court that you once upon a time said was rigged and the system is rigged and the Americans control everything. They couldn't get the case thrown out of court. 15 judges to 2 ruled Israel has to stand trial for genocide, and Japanese billionaire companies are cutting their contracts with Israeli companies because they're terrified about the ramifications of an ICJ ruling that might find Israel guilty of genocide. That's because of you, because you keep moving. Ibadallah, remember this, the dunya is for struggling, Jannah is for rest. If you're trying to look for comfort in this dunya, to rest in this dunya, know that you're in the wrong place. Allah will keep this moving. The greatest honor for any Muslim is not that they achieve the outcome, that belongs to Allah. Ibadallah, when you read Surah Hud, it's all about prophets who go to their people and fail to convince the majority of their people. Nuh goes to his people, Allah destroys them. Shu'aib goes to his people, Allah destroys them. Hud goes to his people, Allah destroys them. Salih goes to his people, Allah destroys them. The point of Surah Hud is a demonstration that all power and outcomes belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't pursue this struggle on the basis that you want to be the one on the podium that everybody claps for. Pursue it on the basis that you want the greatest honor that is possible, which is to be the vehicle that Allah uses to pave the way for the outcome. And the reason why I say this, ya ibadallah, is Allah in the Quran says, وَمَنْ أَرَادَ الْآخِرَةَ وَسَعَى لَهَا سَعْيَهُ وَهُوَ مُؤْمِنٌ فَأُولَٰئِكَ كَانَتْ سَعْيُهُمْ مَشْكُورًا. Those who strive for the sake of Allah, وَهُوَ مُؤْمِنٌ, they believe in Allah, they're striving because they believe in Allah. Allah says their striving is rewarded, not the outcome, because Allah has monopolized that for Himself. And that's why I think that the greatest outcome for a Muslim is actually not in this dunya. The greatest outcome for a Muslim is that after a lifetime of struggling, after a lifetime of pushing through the heartbreak and the despair and persevering, the greatest outcome is that when your soul is about to leave your body, and it may well be that we all pass away, and bin Salman has successfully reintroduced alcohol in Saudi Arabia, that the UAE is now building its casinos and it's de-Islamizing the country, that Al-Quds might not be liberated, that it might be worse, maybe Gaza will be annexed by Israel. We don't know what Allah's plans is. It may well be that we are going to meet Allah and leave the world in that kind of state. The greatest outcome for a Muslim is that even though they don't see that outcome, the same way that Rasulullah ﷺ did not see Quds liberated, is that as your soul leaves your body, your soul will not be told, "Oh, ya ayyatuha an-nafs al-khabitha," oh disgusting soul, soul that smells, soul that we gave a voice but didn't use it, that gave it money but didn't spend it, that gave it health but didn't mobilize, that gave it the ability to think but didn't use it, that always told other people what's the point, that told the Muslims, like the munafiqeen used to tell them, that they're too powerful for you. What do you mean social media is going to make a difference? They're too powerful. What do you mean they want to liberate the ummah via WhatsApp? You won't hear that this is a soul that did nothing. Instead, you will hear, "Ya ayyatuha an-nafsul mutma'inna," oh beautiful, lovely, blessed soul. Oh lovely, sweet smelling soul. Soul that felt heartbreak but kept going, that felt despair but kept going. And they kept going because they knew Allah was in charge of the outcome, and they were desperate to be the vehicle through which Allah uses change, that they never gave up, that they tried every initiative, that they knew وَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَى. They knew that Allah sees even an atom of good deeds, so they were never stingy with any good deed. They lent their support, they kept moving, they kept mobilizing, kept raising their voices. Oh beautiful, sweet smelling soul, listen to what you will hear. ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية. Come back to Allah. Allah is celebrating you. Allah is happy with you. Allah is راضي with you. Allah is celebrating you. فادخلي في عبادي. Come into my Jannah. وادخلي جنتي. That's the outcome that you want. And the outcome that I imagine, and this is the final point, and I promise, because I wouldn't dare delay Isha any longer than it's been delayed. I saw Sheikh Umar Sulaiman's Jannah series, and growing up, and some youngsters might resonate with this. When you're younger, you don't dare to think of Jannat al-Firdaus unless you're arrogant. You think of the first heaven maximum, because you're like, "Ya Allah, please, as long as I escape Jahannam, I'll be fine. I don't know if I'm deserving of Firdaus. I'll take first Jannah. I'll take smallest house in first Jannah. Like, that's me, inshallah. But Ya Rab, not Jahannam." Umar Sulaiman's Jannah series was the first time that, he took me on a journey to imagine bigger, to think bigger in terms of what you can get in Jannah. He describes it for you based on the hadith, and you'd watch it for 10 minutes after, and you'd be like, "Oh, wouldn't it be nice?" Like, when I was a kid, 9 years old, the Imam asked me, what would you like in Jannah? Think of anything, you can have anything. What do you want? I told him, "Sheikh, I want a river of Rubicon mango." He told me, "Think bigger." Another river of Rubicon guava. Think bigger. A PlayStation and a football pitch behind the house. And all my friends next to me to play with me. And he was like, "This ummah has no future." Sheikh Umar Sulaiman made me imagine Jannah more and more. So I used to go to bed that night during Ramadan after watching the 10-minute clip. And I'd lay there at night and I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd start thinking to myself and thinking, what would it be like, that moment when you enter Jannah? That moment when you step in and you've entered Jannah. And so you start trying to prepare the scenario, you walk it through. Just entertain me on this one. This is what I do at night sometimes. So I imagine, and I'm not arrogant enough to believe that I will bring revolutionary change. I'm quite humbled to see people, mashallah, on the other side of the world moving. You are more honorable than I am in that regard. I'm just a loudmouth on a microphone. But I imagine that I'm not arrogant enough to believe I'll bring about the outcome that I want. So I always imagine that on my deathbed, Quds might not actually be liberated. If the Prophet ﷺ didn't see it, I shouldn't be arrogant enough to assume it should be my right as well. I just want to be a tool through which Allah will liberate Al-Aqsa. So I imagine that as I'm lying on my deathbed, it may well be, people no longer listen to Sami anymore. Bin Salman has done what he's done and this and whatever and whatever. And I lie on my deathbed, and as I'm lying, as my soul's about to leave, I'm like, Ya Allah, I tried. Wallah, I tried. Ya Allah, I tried to tell people to move. I tried to put jokes in the middle of the speeches so I could keep their attention on me. I tried to use rhetorical devices. I tried to make it easy for them. I tried, Ya Allah, to make the points concise as possible. And I used to fail miserably. I'd go on for like an hour and a half. Ya Rabbi, I used to think and plan, maybe I shouldn't have told them to punish Biden because they suffered under Trump and maybe they weren't ready for the struggle. Ya Allah, maybe I could have done this differently, could have done this differently, could have done this differently. And I'm heartbroken by it, and I can see that the world is worse than when I came into it, and I feel my ruh start to leave. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. Here's the scenario I imagine. I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that for me and all of us here, that what we hear is, Ya ayatuha nafsul mutma'inna. So I imagine my soul going up, and I pray inshallah that the angels will say, there's a sweet smelling soul. This is a Sami who used to get on a plane and jet all across different cities telling people, move ya ibadallah, move ya ibadallah, move ya ibadallah. And while he thought it was something minor, he thought himself a rabaraza on the microphone, indallahi azim, Allah blessed him for it. I'm hoping that's what Allah will tell me, because even I ask myself, what more can you do besides talking into a microphone? And I'm trying. I'm trying just like everybody else, and I'm feeling the pain like everybody else, and I feel those uncertainty like everybody else is. I imagine, this is what I imagine at night after watching Sheikh Umar Sulaiman's Jannah series. I lay there at night and I said to myself, okay, imagine Sami, he enters Jannah, and he enters like this. But I don't know his Jannah yet. So I'm thinking, maybe I didn't die. Maybe my soul's still here, but I'm in a deep sleep and I'm dreaming. Because I look and I see things that eyes have never seen before. I see mansions, palaces, I see mountains, I see greenery, I see rivers, I see people dressed so beautifully. I see everything. The eyes, I'm trying to blink. I think, subhanAllah, where am I? This is magnificent. This is beautiful. And I have no idea where I am. So I'm walking by and I'm seeing everybody happy, everybody's smiling, everybody's enjoying themselves, mashallah. And I walk by. I see some of you already there, mashallah, in Firdaus. But I don't want to say hi to you guys in case the dream pops, so I'm not going to say hi to you guys. And then I walk and then I see three men, they're sitting under a tree. As I'm walking past them, I can hear the conversation that the three of them are having with each other. And one is saying to the other, so Ya Rasulullah, when I entered Al-Aqsa and we kicked out the Crusaders, Ya Allah, we restored Islam in Al-Aqsa and we managed to establish it. And I'm like, what? Is that Salahuddin Ayyubi? But then the other guy responds to him and says to him, Ya Salahuddin, when you entered Al-Aqsa, did you restore Islam as Islam itself, or did you do what the Crusaders do and massacre people in the city? And Salahuddin replies and says, Ya Umar ibn Khattab, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, we didn't do what the Crusaders do, because Ya Rasulullah, you are our teacher. You are the one who taught us to know better. And I imagine myself standing there and going, Allah, if this is a dream, Ya Rab, don't let it end. And you'll be like, you're very cautious. You'll be like, Salamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam. Are you, what? Are you Rasulullah? Rasulullah will say, I'm Rasulullah. Which generation are you from? And that's a painful question when I imagine it. Ya Rasulullah, I'm from a weak generation. What do you mean weak generation? Ya Rasulullah, we broke Israel's monopoly over the narrative, but Al-Quds wasn't liberated in our time. Ya Rasulullah, we made the allies fall over each other and we put pressure on Blinken, but we couldn't stop the genocide. Ya Rasulullah, we changed American public opinion, but it was a very slow process. We kept trying. We punished Genocide Joe, but we had a bigger battle with Trump, trying to prevent Trump from doing it. And Ya Rasulullah, we kept going, we kept mobilizing, but it was just tough. I left Libya in chaos, I left Yemen in chaos, I left this. And Ya Rasulullah, we tried and it was very difficult. And trying to tell the Ummah to move. Some people in our community, they were saying there's no point, and you would try to tell them, move, you deserve to be humiliated. But Ya Rasulullah, you'd go to the other sides and people say, what do we do? And Ya Rasulullah, I didn't know what to do. I said, let's try this. This failed. We tried to get back up and keep moving, and then we trip over again, we get back up, keep tripping. And Rasulullah would say, enough, sit down, enough, sit down. So you sit there and you feel like you don't belong to that gathering. But here's what I imagine. This is what Jannah series made me imagine. That after a lifetime of not achieving the outcome that I want, but a lifetime of striving and struggling that has got me there with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I imagine this, and this is what I love to think of it at night, and just entertain me on it. I imagine two people, inshallah from Albany, they walk while I'm sitting in that gathering. And as they walk in, they say, Salamu alaikum. But they don't say it like I did, like, Salamu alaikum. They say, Salamu alaikum. They're proud because they've achieved something. Salamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Rasulullah would tell them, which generation are you from? Ya Rasulullah, we are the ones who liberated Al-Aqsa. We liberated in 2050. Like, MashaAllah, tell us how it was done. And I don't know if you can feel jealous in Jannah. I don't know if you're able to feel jealous in Jannah. But in the dunya, I do feel jealous about it. I feel envious about it, okay? Like, my heart is like, oh, man. Like, I imagine that's my, I was like, oh, man, I wish it was me, you know? So I'm excited to hear his story, but envious when he tells the story. And he says, Ya Rasulullah, this is how he liberated Al-Aqsa. And he sits to make himself comfortable, but as he looks across, he looks me in the eye and goes, Allah. Sami Hamdi, is that you? Masha, Ya Rasulullah. This guy came to Albany once upon a time, Ya Rasulullah, and he would tell us, what's the power blinking sees in you that you don't see? You know, Ya Rasulullah, I used to listen and think, you know, Wallah, it's true. The enemies, they think the Ummah is strong, but we think that the Ummah is weak. And I thought, no, it must be that the Ummah is strong. So Ya Rasulullah, we as youngsters, we managed to push forward, we changed American public opinion, we punished Genocide Joe, we managed to force the whole world to shift. The ICJ found Israel guilty of genocide, and as a result, sanctions were imposed on Israel, and then it created a series of opportunities, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Ya Rasulullah, a scenario emerged, and mashallah, we were able to liberate Al-Aqsa. But Ya Rasulullah, you know, his generation, they paved the way for us. His generation, they're the ones who broke the monopoly over the narrative that allowed us to be loud, that opened the opportunities for us, that opened the roads for us. They're the ones who kept going, tirelessly building the masajid, tirelessly building the havens, tirelessly building the platforms through which we were able to use to advance our cause. Ya Rasulullah, but for this Sami's generation and the people of Albany and these others, Ya Rasulullah, we would never have liberated Al-Aqsa. And Rasulullah, I imagine he will turn around and he'll say, you will see, Inna Allah la yudhi'u ajra man ahsana amala. No good deed is lost in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah rewards every good deed. And though you didn't see the outcome in your lifetime because of the fruits of your effort, Allah delivered the outcome in the dunya. And what honor you have. Not only did Allah use you as a vehicle for the liberation, but here you are in Jannat al-Firdaus, khalidin fiha abada. And then after that, do you know what I imagine? I promise this is the final part, I promise. What I imagine is, Rasulullah will stand up and he will say, come, Allah is about to reveal his veil. Radiyallahu anhum wa radu an. And may Allah make us part of it. When you think about the happiness of that scenario, at least for me, it makes me happy. When you think the happiness of that scenario, will you be stingy with any effort? Will you be stingy with any word? Will you be stingy with any penny? On the contrary, it's not about waiting for an outcome. We are winning the outcome from now, every second. Believe me when I say this, and I said this all the time. I truly believe that every second I'm on a plane going to give a talk to try to push people to move for Gaza, I believe I'm getting hasanat for every second I sit on the plane, even though somebody might say, Sami's doing nothing on the plane except holding onto his chair and saying, Ya Rab, please ease the turbulence. I truly believe it. I believe that's how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala operates. That's my dhan in my Lord, in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah has already decided the outcome, and He's decided on His terms, and He's decided its timing already. All I'm doing and all we're doing is wrestling for the chance to be the vehicle. And ya ibadallah, the reason why I tell you this is because the opposite is worse. There are two things that are said that I want to leave with you. For those of you who are thinking, Sami has sold us a pleasant dream when the reality is disastrous. To those people, I leave you with this. In Surah Al-Imran, Ulul Albab, those who know Allah, not the people like Sami, Ulul Albab. Ulul Albab, those who, الَّذِينَ يَذْكُرُونَ اللَّهَ قِيَامًا وَقُعُودًا وَعَلَى جُنُوبِهِمْ, those who ponder the creation of the heavens and the earth, and they ponder Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they ponder everything, they remember Allah standing, sitting and lying down. These people, Ulul Albab, they make a dua in Al-Imran which is terrifying and should terrify everybody here. They say, رَبَّنَا لَا تُزِغْ قُلُوبَنَا بَعْدَ إِذْ هَدَيْتَنَا وَهَبْ لَنَا مِن لَدُنْكَ رَحْمَةً. Allah, please don't take us out of this deen after you have guided us to it. So they are those who know Allah but are terrified they will die on a deen other than Islam. Because these people know that Islam is not a right, it's a privilege and blessing of Allah. What do you do with a right and a gift? You show appreciation. How do you show appreciation? You do what Islam commands you to do, which is to stand up and to be on the front lines of justice. اعملوا آل داود شكرا. Do thanks to show, do actions to show your thanks. Thanks is not only said. اعملوا آل داود شكرا. Show your thanks through your actions, in your da'wah and also in standing up for the oppressed and the repressed with every power Allah has given you. But the second one is more terrifying. For those of you who are saying that Sami is selling us a myth because the system is too strong, the Zionist system will remain the same. If Biden loses, Trump will look after Israel. Ibadallah, do you think if Biden loses, Biden is going to go home and say, thank God Trump is in power, Israel is going to be safe? Thank God Trump is in power. No, he's going to say, oh my goodness, did I really lose a second term because of Gaza? I lost a second term because of Israel. The Democrats will say, was it really worth supporting Israel when we could have survived if we didn't? That's what they will ask. The system might remain the same. The dynamics that govern the system will change, and that's why the system will change itself. But this is the one I want to be wary of. Ibadallah, Allah has told you Take one step, I take 10. Come to me, walk and I come. Allah has told you, I will deliver the outcome. Allah has told you, strive in my way and I will open those doors. Allah has given you this promise. The same way Musa alayhi salam told Bani Israel that just enter that land, Allah will give it to you. Just enter it, Allah. And they said, Wallahi, we will not enter it because in it are qawman jabbareen. They're too powerful. The system is too strong. They're too strong for us. So Musa alayhi salam said, just enter it. Allah has promised to give it to you. And two people next to Musa, they tell the people, Allah has promised it. Just move. Even if you can't see the outcome, Allah has given you a promise. Just move and Allah will give it to you. They said, Allah says this, yeah? اذهب أنت وربك فقاتلا. Go you and Allah then. إنها هنا قاعدون. We'll be here sitting down. Let us know what you achieve. Don't be these people. Don't be a people who tell people that the other side is too strong. There's no point. Because this is what munafiqeen said to the Muslimin when they fought in Badr. الذين قال لهم الناس إن الناس قد جمعوا لكم فاخشوهم فزادهم إيمانا وقالوا حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. عباد الله, أمر المؤمن كله خير. The affairs of the mu'min are all khair. And for those of you who are feeling that pressure, I leave you with the words of Umar al-Khattab. Umar al-Khattab was seen sitting under a wall one day, rather upset. They said to me, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, what's wrong? Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, what's wrong? He said, I heard the Prophet Muhammad say, إِذَا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِعَبْدِهِ خَيْرًا ابْتَلَاهُ. We have not been tested for a while. Does this mean Allah has forsaken us? Ibadallah, all of you are feeling tested now, right? This is our opportunity to be the vehicles. Allah has given us an honor that He's given to the prophets. And for those of you who believe you're incapable, let me leave you with the words of a Roman emperor, because I realize sometimes Muslims, they don't like to hear from Muslims. And Muslims don't like Muslim sources. They take it only spiritually, they don't take it practically. So I'm going to bring you Sahih, non-Muslim. Sami Allah is true. When you open the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, there's a very interesting conversation that all of you have read, but perhaps might not have appreciated much. Heraclius has been told by the priests that a prophet is coming after Jesus. So he hears that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is in Mecca. So he hears Abu Sufyan is in Syria with the Arabs trade. So he says, bring me Abu Sufyan and bring me the Arabs. I want to ask them about Muhammad. When Abu Sufyan stands before him, Heraclius asks him 4 questions to identify whether this man is a prophet. Abu Sufyan is telling the story. He says, Wallahi, if my 2 clansmen weren't next to me, and if I wasn't scared they would go and tell the people that Abu Sufyan lied, I would have lied. But I had to tell the truth. Heraclius asks one question which is relevant to us here. He says, who are the people who are supporting the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Who are the people who have given him this power that is scaring you so much? Who are the people backing him to this level that you are now so worried about him? Abu Sufyan didn't say it's the billionaires, the way some Muslims here today say we need to wait for the money and the cash money to come in first. Abu Sufyan didn't say it's the generals in our army, the way we're saying there's no point moving until the armies move. Abu Sufyan used the derogatory term, aradhiluna. It's the lowest of society, the ordinary people. The ones who don't have money, the ones who don't have armies, the ones who don't have power of real weight, the ordinary people. Listen to, the Muslim of today would hear that and say, yeah, it's true, no money, no army, there's no point doing anything until it comes. Listen to what Heraclius says. Heraclius says that if it's the case that it's the ordinary people who are moving for him, raising their voices for him, mobilizing for Palestine, mobilizing for the Prophet ﷺ, moving and mobilizing and sacrificing the limited resources they have for the sake of Palestine, for the sake of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, then this is the way of the prophets. And if it is the case that the ordinary person is raising their voice, that the ordinary person is spending in his way, that the ordinary person is the one going to the protest, that the ordinary person is the one boycotting, that the ordinary person is the one standing up and standing for what's right, standing for justice and expending every effort for it. If it's the case that it's the ordinary people doing it for this Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Roman emperor at the time, the equivalent of the US at the time, he says to Abu Sufyan, if it is the case, it's the ordinary people backing the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad will come to rule the land on which I stand on. Look how Heraclius interpreted the eventual outcome of a cause supported by you. Tell me, ya ibadallah, what's the power the Roman emperor saw that you are struggling to see in yourself today? And that's the one who will come in Firdaus yawm, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. And she is the one who will say, we liberated Al-Aqsa, bi'idhnillah. And inshallah, you will say to me, Sami, mashallah, I was here when he spoke in Albany and I made it. Inshallah, ya Rab, please say it, inshallah, ya Rab. Jazakumullah khair, and apologies that I delayed you guys so long. Jazakumullah khair, barakallahu feekum.
Barakallahu feek. Sami, we did promise the audience that we would take their questions. So if that's okay with you,
By the way, just so you're aware, for me, everything is fine. If he suggests in any way that I'm the one putting pressure on time, it's nothing to do with me. Allahumma inni bari.
we'll take 3 questions. I'll ask them all at once, inshallah. Bismillah. So, first question. How can we, Muslims in America, help the unification of the Ummah outside of this country? Question number 2. Can we excuse the Muslim countries' inaction for being cautious and wise, such as Erdogan in Turkey or MBS in Saudi? And then the last question, who do we vote for, Trump or Biden?
Just so, because I'm very wary, I do not want it to be said that Isha was delayed because of Sami. Somewhere is fine. I suggest that we pray Isha, and for those of you who want to linger and stay for the Q&A, and I'm under your command, no problem. And for those who want to go home and they're tired, it's perfectly good. But I say, let's pray Isha because, Yawm al-Qiyamah, I don't want to stand and say, Allah will say, you made them listen to your voice instead of my words. Astaghfirullah al-Azim.
Bismillah, we'll pray Isha and then we'll continue immediately after.
I'm not in a rush. The thing about logic. If I leave, I will have maybe 3 hours to sleep. There's no problem. I've got 5 hours, you're not sleep on the plane. So I'm not going to. No, don't worry about it. To be honest, I slept last night. No, but then the ski will get back. Okay, we'll talk about after. But I'm not in a rush, don't worry.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
استووا واعتدلوا يرحمكم الله الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين قد قد خلت من قبلكم سنن فسيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المكذبين ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين إن يمسسكم قرح فقد مس القوم قرح مثله وتلك الأيام نداولها بين الناس وليعلم الله الذين آمنوا ويتخذ منكم شهداء والله لا يحب الظالمين وليمحص الله الذين آمنوا ويمحق الكافرين أم حسبتم أن تدخلوا الجنة ولما يعلم الله الذين جاهدوا منكم ويعلم الصابرين ولقد كنتم تمنون الموت من قبل أن تلقوه فقد رأيتموه وأنتم تنظرون وما محمد إلا رسول قد خلت من قبله الرسل أفإن مات أو قتلا انقلبتم على أعقابكم ومن ينقلب على عقبيه فلن يضر الله شيئا وسيجزي الله الشاكرين. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. لقد جاءكم رسول من أنفسكم عزيز عليه ما عنتم حريص عليكم بالمؤمنين رؤوف رحيم فإن تولوا فقل حسبي الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, brothers and sisters, Ustad Sami Hamdi is going to resume his lecture and answer your questions, inshallah ta'ala, shortly. So be patient, inshallah ta'ala, and do not leave. Inshallah, in few minutes, he's going to resume his talk. Jazakumullah.
No, I would give it every single time. Yeah, I say always throughout the talk. So even though I'm giving every talk. Yeah.
No, I know. He went off script. No, that's fine. It's fine. I've heard it multiple times. It's okay.
Yeah, I'll keep doing it.
It's okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Is everyone, if everyone can have a seat, inshallah, we would like to continue the program. But on behalf of the community, I just wanted to, thank you so much for being here, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. If everyone knew his itinerary, it's amazing, mashallah, how many different places Brother Sami's at every single day. Tomorrow morning he'll be in Phoenix. This morning I believe he was in Queens, and then you mentioned a couple other states he'll be going to as well. We're very grateful that you're here with us. Alhamdulillah, I know for me, this re-energized the drive for everything that's been happening, and I'm hoping that it's doing the same for everyone else in the room. Inshallah, also as masajids of the capital region, we realize the need for us all to mobilize and unite and to help our community. So inshallah, what we will be doing is we'll be holding voter registration. All the masajids in the capital region will be announcing voter registration dates. Today, we do have tables set up outside. Alhamdulillah, a lot of you are registered, but for those of you who are not, please take the time to register today. And inshallah, there will also be food available for sale after the event. So I know it's been a couple hours, most of you must be hungry. Inshallah, there will be food once the event is over. So we'll allow Brother Sami to continue. And again, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
So 3 questions.
Do them one by one.
One by one, okay. First question, how can we, Muslims in America, help the unification of the Ummah outside of this country? What is being done in the UK and other places that you've visited that is working over there and is replicable over here in America? Oh, sorry. There's a lost car keys, BMW. If these are yours, come to the front.
I think that when it comes to the issue of efforts that are being made to unify the Ummah or the like, I always say that one of the darkest things that colonization did to the Ummah was not just the physical colonization, but also the way in which it tore apart the limbs of the Ummah. And what I mean is, it disconnected us from our memories. One of the things that I find quite fascinating is when you read about Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Kathir, all these people who wrote in the past, they talk about the situation of the Ummah from Morocco and beyond to Jakarta and beyond. And they talk about it as if it's just normal. It's normal for a Muslim to know about these issues. It's normal for them to know these affairs. Why? By virtue of the fact they're Muslim. Today, many people can't even talk about politics beyond their own borders. And I think one of the first things that I see happening, one of the most important things that I see happening is that social media has allowed us a window into each other's communities and each other's lives and to learn more about what's happening. One of the most glaring examples of that is what's happening in Pakistan, for example, with Imran Khan. Everybody is aware now that Imran Khan is in prison. Everybody is aware that there is a situation in Pakistan. Everybody is aware that there's something happening there, which is very big. They might not know the intricacies of the details, but everybody knows that there's something happening there. Why? Because social media offers us a window into that. Somalia is starting to become more and more into the fore. Why? Because more and more people are starting to talk about it on social media. And because the Muslim feels an affinity for Muslims, the Muslim is increasingly taking an interest in that as well. The reason why Muslims in America talk about Muslim countries is because they still have that attachment, that affinity to what's happening. When you hear about something that's happening in Saudi Arabia or Egypt or Algeria or Tunisia, Morocco, when people talk about tensions, the reason is because of that Muslim affinity that you have. When the question relates to the initiatives that are taking place, there are many initiatives taking place, but I think that it requires a reconnection of the memory. And I'll give 2 examples. The first, of course, is Bosnia. And everybody keeps saying, why do you keep mentioning it? It's because it's like a second home. I love that place. I always tell people that if you've been to Switzerland but not Bosnia, then you got scammed. Because Bosnia has the beauty of Switzerland, but it's much cheaper and everything's halal. And it has its minarets, it has its masajid as well. And one of the things that breaks my heart about Bosnia in particular is that during the war, the UN imposed an arms embargo on all of the parties. Russia helped Serbia to bypass that arms embargo by giving the Serbia weapons. Croatia was able to bypass the arms embargo because Christian Europe gave to Christian Croatia. Bosnia, however, the arms embargo was imposed on them. And apart from Iran and Libya and a couple of other countries, very few weapons were able to reach the Bosnians. In order, alhamdulillah, Allah gave them victory in the end of the day. They were able to come forward. But the point is that after the war... Oh, your mother is looking for you. Okay, tell them bye-bye. Tell them, Mommy, I'm coming. No, Mommy, I'm coming. We have a rebellion. And here she goes. Yeah, she turned around. No, she's not having it. Hey, what? Trying to find allies. Yeah, this is politics. See, she's looking for allies. Yeah, she's navigating the route. Hey, you are. MashaAllah. After the war in 1995, for those who don't know, there was an agreement called the Dayton Agreement, which was negotiated to achieve 2 things. One, to prevent Muslims from exerting majoritarian rule, and the second, to prevent Russia from exerting influence through the Serbs. So they paralyzed the country with 3 presidencies, and they made an autonomous region in the north, and they left the Bosniaks and the Federation down in the south. The reason why I mention this is that Muslims go to holiday in Serbia, many of them go to holiday in Croatia, but don't often go to Bosnia, which is very strange when you think that Bosnia is more deserving. That's not to say that you shouldn't holiday in different areas, but rather it's a reflection of the fact that we don't know much about what happened in the Balkans. We don't know much about what happened. And one of the things that broke my heart when I read Ali Izetbegović's book when I was much younger is that in his book, Inescapable Questions, he alludes to the suggestion that Muslims sort of look at Muslims in Europe as if they're a new phenomenon without realizing that Muslims have been in the Balkans for at least 700 years. With their own ulama, with their own scholars, contributing significantly to. Not only that, in Europe there were two cities that historically are considered the objective pinnacle of coexistence. They are Andalusia and Sarajevo. Sarajevo was called the Jerusalem of Europe. It's the capital of Bosnia. When Izetbegović, the president of Bosnia during the war, he was asked at the end of the war, what is the greatest thing you would say summarizes the war that happened? And he said, if you go throughout Bosnia, you will not find a single church or synagogue that's been damaged throughout the war. But you will find so many masajid destroyed. Because Allah prevented us from going after churches and synagogues, because Islam upholds the rights of Ahl al-Kitab. But look at how those who claim to be civilized, what they did to our masajid. Izetbegović, I call him the philosopher king, he was asked, what is this European tolerance that you have, where you preach for a state where the religions can live together? He said, hang on a second, this isn't a European tolerance. European tolerance is the Holocaust. European tolerance is the genocide Serbia is committing. My tolerance is a Muslim tolerance, it's an Islamic tolerance that calls for peace and coexistence between the different religions. I'm offering you some of these memories, and the reason why I talk about memories is because one day I thought of a career change. I told my wife that politics is too controversial, there's too much backlash. It's you know, online you get lambasted or the like and this, and then you can't go to certain countries and you can't go through certain airspaces. And you think, for what? Let me just go be like I don't know, an engineer or go back to law or do, no disrespect to engineers, it's a lovely job, mashallah. But I'm saying it's better than politics. So my wife, she said to me, what's wrong with you? I told her, Sumaya, I'm having a career change. She goes, listen, when people ask you what books do you read, 20% of the conversation is books, 80% is the experiences you had in Ghana, Nigeria, in Bosnia, and Turkey, meeting with Muslims who used to tell you about those memories. Why don't we do something like we replicate that through like travel or the like? So anyway, we started a travel company and Bosnia was one of our first destinations. The first group that I took was 18 people, a few of them came from America. And I remember there is a masjid in Sarajevo called the Ghazi Huzrev Bey Masjid. It's a masjid that was built by Ghazi Huzrev Bey, who was the governor under the Ottomans of Bosnia. So when the group went into Ghazi Huzrev Bey, I thought they would go in, I'd have an hour break, I'll sit by the fountain, I'll relax, they'll enjoy the masjid. The masjid is not the prettiest, Suleimani in Turkey is beautiful, more beautiful there, but it's a very special masjid, and I'll tell you why. So the group, they went in for 2 minutes and they came back out. So my friend next to me, Nadim, we have a mutual friend here as well with us here, mashallah, in Albany. Nadim next to me, was it Nadim or Almir? One of the two, they said to me, Sami, they've come out after 2 minutes. I said, I know what the problem is. He said, what do you mean? I said, watch. We went out. The group was like, they said, so I said, did you enjoy the masjid? They said, yeah, we took some pictures, we prayed to Rak'ah, we came out. I said to them, guys, in this very spot that you are standing on now, in 1532, a man called Ghazi Huzrev Bey stands here, he has no children. He's getting old, and he lifts his hands up in the air, and he says, Allahumma, I've left behind this waqf, this masjid, this madrasa, this library. Allahumma, I've left this waqf behind because given I don't have children to make dua for me afterwards, Allah, please accept this waqf for me until Yawm al-Qiyamah. A few decades later, in the 1600s, the Ottomans are kicked out of Bosnia. They're defeated by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austro-Hungarians, they come in, they destroy a few masajid, but that masjid is left untouched. Later on, the Yugoslavian kingdom emerges in the late 1800s, early 1900s. The Yugoslavian kingdom shuts a few masajid here and there. They divide the Bosnia territory into 9 banvinas, 9 provinces. They make Muslims minority in each and they restrict Muslim practice. That mosque is remained untouched. In 1938, the Yugoslavian communist regime, they present what's called the Muslim question. They have a problem. In the census, Muslims are identifying as Muslims, not as Bosniak Serbs and Croats. So they said, we want to understand what does it mean, this Muslim, the Muslim question. Their conclusion of the Muslim question was to shut down Muslim associations, arrest most of their leaders, execute half of them and put the other half in hard labor. They shut down a number of masajid, that masjid, untouched. Yugoslavia falls apart in late 1980s. The country is plunged into war. Serbia invades. A number of minarets are destroyed. The Ghazi Huzrev Bey mosque is untouched. I told them, Ya ibadallah, would you not say this waqf has been accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? They went back in, they didn't come out for an hour and a half. The reason I tell you the story is, look how a memory brings a place to life. So imagine what a memory does to the heart and how it brings the heart to life. Imagine what happens when you reconnect the limbs of the body of the ummah by reconnecting its memories to each other. Imagine what it does to the heart of the ummah and how it brings that heart back to life. In Uzbekistan, they have a new president in 2016. I'm not saying he's the best president in the world, but I want to point to a few things. After 2016, the ban on children going to masajid was lifted. The ban on hijab was lifted. There is a re-Islamization process slowly taking place in Uzbekistan. One of the reasons why is the government calculated that there are more and more Muslims visiting Uzbekistan, and when they come to Uzbekistan, they spend money. So a traditionally communist country is realizing that there is a big economic benefit to re-Islamizing. And as a result, with more Muslims going, you see the change that is taking place. But when Muslims go there, they're reconnecting the memories of the Ummah. Because Uzbekistan was once the center of the golden age period of Islam. Al-Biruni, who discovered the radius of the earth before all those scientific advancements, is from Uzbekistan. Imam al-Bukhari, Uzbekistan. Muslim, Uzbekistan. Ibn Sina, originally from Uzbekistan and then went and relocated to Uzbekistan. Al-Khawarizmi, all these other different scholars that you celebrate in your books, they came from modern day Uzbekistan. And this is why I always say that when we talk about initiatives that people are doing to revive the Ummah, social media is reviving the stories of the past and letting us inherit it. And that's why I always say that we in the West are the ones who often tend to think that the Ummah is weak. I always say that the reason why sometimes the Ummah is not found in the books is that when you go out there, you realize you're a cup waiting for the memories to be filled inside you. You realize that when you sit in these majalis with these elders, or you sit with the local, they pour their stories out to you. They tell you their stories. And you inherit those memories, and it makes you look at the Ummah in a very different light later on. So when people ask, what can I do to advance the unification of the Ummah? Go and learn about the Ummah. Do you know why Sudan is a tragedy? Sudan is not just a tragedy because there's a genocide taking place in Darfur and also in the other parts of Sudan. Sudan is a tragedy because the Ummah has no idea how on earth it got to this situation in the first place. Sudan's a tragedy because Sudan is, in modern times, one of the most objective examples of social engineering through sanctions in the past century. They went under 30 years of sanctions for one reason. US wanted the country to ideologically shift from what Sudan was. They wanted Sudan to move away from an Islamic identity and to come to a secular identity. And they sanctioned it because the Sudanese were like, no. They said, we're going to be the hub for Islamic thought. Whatever you think about the governments that came after, about Hassan al-Turabi, Umar Bashir, is irrelevant. That's not why America disliked them. The reason why America disliked is because Sudan was being a hub through which thought was being developed to such an extent that the Sudanese preferred to go through 30 years of sanctions than abandon it. Think about it this way. The sanctions were imposed in 1983 after the announcement of Sharia by Numeri. When Numeri is toppled by Suwar al-Dhahab in 1985, Suwar al-Dhahab could have reversed Sharia and ended a lot. He didn't do so because he knew it would be unpopular. In the following year, he handed over the power to elections, and Sadiq al-Mahdi wins the elections with the Islamists. Sadiq al-Mahdi could have reversed the constitution and reversed Sharia, but he didn't do so because he knew it was unpopular in Sudan. Then when Umar Bashir does his coup, because at that time, for those who don't know, in southern Sudan, John Garang bursts onto the scene. He's laying siege now to Juba, which is the capital of the south. He's taken a few cities, there's a crisis, there are protests on the streets, the government is going to collapse. The question is not about whether there's going to be a coup, it's who's going to do a coup. Will it be the Ba'athists, will it be the liberals, will it be the Islamists or the like? The Islamists decide to do it before the Ba'athists get a chance to do their coup. Even when the government takes control, they don't reverse Sharia. They don't reverse those thoughts because they know it's unpopular in Sudan. Sudan is in war today because the Americans believe that after 30 years of sanctions, they finally brought down those who were resisting that pressure. I'm not saying the government was perfect. I'm not saying it wasn't corrupt. I'm saying that for the Americans, that was irrelevant. The reason you criticize al-Bashir is not the reason America criticized al-Bashir. When the government collapsed, the Sudanese, they thought they did the revolution. The Americans said, no, we did it. We decide the terms. And because now the Sudanese army is resisting, I'm not saying they're perfect, because they're resisting being dismantled and they are resisting The Americans and the UAE are given a green light to a militia to plunge the country into war. They would prefer a genocide than allow Sudan to keep Islam in the constitution. That's how ideological the whole fight is. The reason why I give you this break, you look at Somalia, for example. Somalia today, Turkey, UAE wrestling with each other and Washington wrestling with each other to try to influence Somalia, and now they're arguing over that strip of land and strip of water. Now the UAE went to Somaliland, they took a strip of land to the north to give Ethiopia access in exchange for them recognizing Somaliland and all. There's all this politics starting to take place. But it means something for the Ummah, but the Ummah doesn't know about it because they're not connected with their memories. So if the question is, and I know he said, where's your ear? And I've done this and I haven't found the ear yet. But the point is that when people say, what can we do? Start with reconnecting with the Ummah. Because the way I see it is, you might be an arm of the Ummah, but you're not connected to the shoulder. Like you're detached at the moment. Because the tendons that connect the limb are those memories that you haven't inherited. You don't know what they are. And I believe that when the Ummah reconnects the limbs back together as one body by reconnecting those memories, what will happen is, the change we made for Gaza in changing that public narrative will be able to make change elsewhere. And I leave you with this statistic so that you really understand what I mean. I sat down with Chris Abdurrahman from Launch Good in Detroit. Freezing Detroit, minus 13 degrees. Oh, fuck. He showed me a statistic which was fascinating. He showed me a list of the top 5 populations in the world. Number 1, he said, were Muslims, 2 billion people in the world. Number 2, he said, was China, 1.5 billion. Number 3, India, 1 billion. Number 4, America, 360 million. Number 5, English-speaking Muslims, 330 million. America, Europe, North Africa, Africa itself, Malaysia, Indian subcontinent, and Australia. Look at the language link between Muslims across the entire world. Look at how you can influence the proceedings of these geographic areas by virtue of your ability to speak the language and by virtue of social media being the window and the opening that you are able to learn about each other and then engage in initiatives. How many of you today are going to Turkey, to Malaysia, to these other places or the like? Because Erdogan sold you a message that Turkey is moving back to its Muslim identity. You resonated with that, which is why you went to Istanbul. When they did the series Ertuğrul, for those of you who might be filmmakers, videographers or the like, when they did the series Ertuğrul, my wife gave a presentation in Istanbul in the World Halal Summit in 2018. So we were arguing that what Ertuğrul demonstrated is that cities that don't have great infrastructure can be revived through their memories. At that time, the Turkish Tourism Board, they looked at us like, what are you trying to say? We were like Sugut, for example, which is Ertuğrul's capital. Because of the series of Ertuğrul, because people are now reconnecting with the memories of the Ottomans, they are going to go to Sugut because it's Ertuğrul's capital. I remember they laughed. They said, dude, you know, Sugut is just an empty city. It only has like one hotel and it doesn't have a taxi infrastructure. And it's 3 hours from Istanbul. Are you telling me that Muslims are going to come from the US, they're going to land in Istanbul and go 3 hours to Sugut? I said, wallahi, they're going to do it. The next year, 300, 400% increase in tourism and most of them going to Sugut. Today when you go to Sugut, it has 10 hotels. Ertuğrul's tomb has been renovated. They've got guards dressed like the Alps that you see in the series. And they've got the taxi infrastructure system. The city has been revived by what? By the memories that the Muslims inherited and acted upon those memories. When I saw what happened in Sugut, it baffled me. So afterwards, in the last year, we went to the World Halal Summit and we presented a paper where we suggested that city tourism could be a thing for Muslims in the halal market. Because the halal market is already worth, the halal travel market, it's worth $320 billion. It's 11% of the world global conventional travel market. We argued that, you know the way, for example, non-Muslims, they travel to cities on a city break for 5 days in Paris or 6 days in Vienna. We said, why can't we do that with Muslim cities? The Spanish Tourism Board invited us. They said, usually when Muslims go to Cordoba, they go 1 day and they leave. Do you think Muslims would stay in Cordoba for 5 or 6 days? We said we could give it a try. This is a non-Muslim Spanish Tourism Board now investing in Cordoba to revive the memories of Cordoba. So when I talk about the memories, I'm not talking about it in abstract. I'm saying just as Ertuğrul revived Sugut, the city, through the memories, just as people travel companies, they're going to different countries and they reconnect with those memories. Reconnect the memories of the Ummah. That's our role, at least for the next 10 years. Because once you reconnect with those memories, you will find that you're no longer investing in Dubai or these places. You're investing in Sarajevo, you're investing in Uzbekistan, you're investing in Tashkent. You might find, you know what, why don't I give it a shot? I have many friends of mine, they've moved to Sarajevo to set up their offices there. Just because they're able to travel back and forth. Why? Because in their mind, they see what Sarajevo represents. The same with Turkey. Many Muslims moving to Istanbul. They move to Istanbul because of the message that they feel Turkey represents. The memories say, they say something. And for those of you who think Sami's talking in abstract and talking about the heart, I leave you with this. This is where I finish on this question. Muhammad Asad in his book, Road to Mecca, which changed my life at 18 years of age, phenomenal book. Muhammad Asad, he's in Palestine before Israel is created. So he walks past the farmer who's praying. The farmer's lost a few teeth. The farmer's not dressed particularly elegantly, but he's praying. Muhammad Asad is not Muslim at that time. He's still an Austrian Jew called Leopold Weiss. Muhammad Asad asks the Palestinian farmer, after he finishes praying, he goes, why do you pray like that? Why don't you pray like the Hindus and Buddhists and focus on spirituality? What use does your God have for these actions? And he said, the farmer looks at me and gave me such an intellectual answer. He says, God created body and soul, right? He said, yeah. How does it make sense to worship with half and not the other half? And he said it stunned me the way he reacted. I remember I read the book just before I went to university. So when you go to university, you know, everybody knows it. They put pressure on your identity. Why do you pray? Why do you do this? Why do you... I remember on the bus somebody said to me, why do you pray the way you pray? And I didn't know how to answer him. So I thought, let me just use Muhammad Asad's line and just see where it goes. I was like, God created body and soul. How does it make sense to worship with half? And wallahi, I remember the bus going, yeah, that makes sense, you know, yeah. And I went, whoo, mashallah. I need to memorize the arguments of these books, mashallah. But the point that I'm making here is that, subhanallah, when you look at the way the heart makes decisions, Allah says in the Quran, وَقَالُوا لَوْ كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ أَوْ نَعْقِلُ مَا كُنَّا فِي أَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ لَوْ كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ أَوْ نَعْقِلُ مَا كُنَّا فِي أَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ. There are two separate senses. Also, when you talk to people, don't just talk to the mind, talk to the heart, for Allah also demands faith. Islam is 99% rational reasoning and 1% faith. What I mean is, 99% you're reading وَالْجِبَالَ أَوْتَادًا, the mountains are like pegs. You're reading مَرَجَ الْبَحْرَيْنِ يَلْتَقِيَانِ بَيْنَهُمَا بَرْزَخٌ لَا يَبْغِيَانِ, that the seas don't overlap. You're reading, for example, that the planets كُلُّهُمْ فِي فَلَكٍ يَسْبَحُونَ, swimming, not moving, he says swimming, the way they gravitate in gravity. You're reading all that, but you need the 1% to believe it came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You need that 1% to say this proves that Allah came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's the point I make. The direct answer to your question is, let's reconnect the bodies now. Let's do surgery like a surgeon. Let's reconnect the limbs of the body by reconnecting with the memories, inshallah.
Barakallahu feek. Next question. Can we excuse the Muslim countries' inaction, such as Erdogan in Turkey or MBS in Saudi? And then, how does the situation in Pakistan with Imran Khan affect Gaza?
The views expressed by the speaker, I categorically state without any qualification that the views expressed by the speaker, by me, are my own views. They do not reflect those of the organization or the masjid or anybody sitting here or anybody who was involved in bringing me here today. They do not reflect anybody whatsoever. Just when you go to Umrah, make dua, I get to see it again. But in any case, it doesn't reflect anybody here whatsoever. And doesn't reflect the organization. This is an important caveat because I'm aware that I do shoot from the hip. I'm aware. And I'm aware, yesterday I went to a masjid and there's a guy who stood up and he said, yes, I know bin Salman's doing all these bad things, but why do you keep talking about it? I told him, khalas, I won't talk about the OnlyFans model Iggy Azalea twerking in Riyadh and saying bow down to the goddess. Khalas, I'll be quiet. Let bin Salman do it, why not? I'll be quiet. Bin Salman wants to bring Nicki Minaj to Saudi Arabia. I'll accept your argument. I'll stop talking about Saudi and we can go to the masjid and pray while she does her concert behind the masjid. Why not? That's Islam, right? I'll be quiet when bin Salman brings the Israelis to participate in competitions with Israeli passport and they raise the Israeli national anthem. What does it matter if it's Saudi? I can go Mecca, Medina. Sami, don't compromise, the stability of the land of the two holy mosques to do nahi anil munkar. I know Allah said, Amr ba'aruf wa nahi anil munkar, but nahi anil munkar is only for the time of the Prophet ﷺ. It's not for our time. We should only do Amr bil Ma'ruf and Amr bi Wali al Amr. I know Allah said, فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ. If you disagree with your ruler, go back to Allah and Rasul. But we don't go back to Allah and Rasul. If we disagree with the ruler, we go back to the ruler. That ayah is only for the time of the Prophet ﷺ. The brother wasn't happy with the answer yesterday. But in any case, when it comes to the Muslim nations, one of the reasons Biden has not called for a ceasefire, there are two main reasons Biden hasn't called for a ceasefire, and none of them have to do with Israel. The first reason is that Biden is being told that Muslims are angry and Muslims are going to punish him. But Biden is hearing from Muslim leaders that they're ready to normalize with Israel, that genocide is not a red line. Throughout this period of the past 4 or 5 months of this genocide, how many times have you heard Saudi Arabia repeat over and over again, we are ready to normalize in exchange for. We are ready to normalize in exchange for. We are ready to normalize in exchange for. Is that something you say when a genocide is taking place? If the guy committing the genocide, if you're beating up your brother, not you, sorry. If somebody's beating you up, let's do it in the passive. If somebody's beating you up and your brother comes along and sees you being beaten up and says to the guy beating you up, I'm ready to do business with you. Come, like, let's talk shares. Let's talk. He's beating you up. Let's talk shares. And he's like, aren't you worried about him? Yeah, like, we'll do the shares on the condition that you break 2 arms and 1 leg and you leave him the other leg at least so he can hop on the way home. Like, that's a good deal. That's normalization in exchange for Palestinian state. Although the Saudi Arabia statement was in exchange for a pathway to a Palestinian state. Last week, they said in exchange for a Palestinian state. The reason they said that was not because of the genocide. The reason they said they removed pathway for just that statement is because, if you remember the week before, Israel Channel 12 reported that Saudi Arabia is part of a land bridge to bypass the blockade imposed by the Houthis. So a lot of Muslims online on social media, they were like, A'udhu billah, how is Saudi Arabia part of it? So Saudi Arabia put the statement out to keep you quiet. While at the same time, Jared Kushner was in the Saudi Investment Forum in Florida talking about how normalization is just across the horizon between Saudi Arabia and the Israelis. So he gave the statement so that some imams can say, guys, don't listen to what Sami's saying. Look, I read the statement. It says we're in favor of a Palestinian state. Yeah, but Jared Kushner said normalization is on. Don't listen to Jared Kushner. Listen to this statement that the Saudis have made. Yeah, but Saudi Arabia raised the national anthem of Israel. Don't. That doesn't matter, ya akhi. What matters is this statement, like this word that the Saudis have made. The reason that Saudi Arabia, can they be excused? I think that the 2 nations that cannot be excused are Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and UAE. And I'll explain why. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the UAE have the ability to stop the genocide tomorrow if they wanted to. All Saudi Arabia needs to do is not even go to war. Bear in mind, the reason that the genocide hurts me so much is not just the fact there's a genocide, but the fact there's a way to stop it without going to war. If Saudi Arabia yesterday said that normalization is finished, there's no negotiations anymore on normalization, and stops those Israeli delegations coming to Riyadh and coming to Saudi Arabia, the US would panic and say, stop the genocide. Saudi Arabia was about to normalize. They're saying they're going to cut off all relations with Israel again. For those who say Saudi doesn't have relations with Israel, Netanyahu has been to Saudi Arabia twice and openly admitted it. If the UAE turned around and kicked out the Israeli ambassador and said we're reversing the Abraham Accords because it's not bringing any benefit for the Palestinians, what do you think the US reaction would be? It would be, no, please, stop, wait. Israel, stop the genocide, stop. And the proof is that in 1967, the reason Kissinger went in and stopped the Israeli invasion of Syria and Egypt, after Egypt and Syria lost, they went into Israel, and then they were suddenly beaten back. The Israeli army was about 20 kilometers away from Damascus and they're about 40 kilometers away from Cairo. The reason Kissinger made the Israelis withdraw backwards is because King Faisal not only imposed the oil embargo, but threatened to escalate as well. And Kissinger went and said that Sadat is that the Egyptians are ready to talk and to sit down and discuss. Please, let's. The point that I'm saying is that they could stop the genocide, but they choose not to. Why? Because they see that Israel is a central component for the future of the policies of the kingdom. The kingdom believes that it needs Israel to win over the US in order to build Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is not supposed to look like Moscow or Shanghai. When people say Saudi is joining BRICS, Saudi is getting close to China, Bin Salman doesn't look at Shanghai and says, I want to build Shanghai in Saudi. Bin Salman looks at Miami and says, I want to build Miami in Saudi. He looks at New York, he says, I want New York in Saudi. He went to the US and did a tour of the US and said, I want them to come here. Bin Salman believes that given that Qatar normalized with Israel in 1996 willingly and secured benefits in the White House as a result, and then UAE normalized in 2019, and now Washington is quiet about everything UAE does in foreign policy, Bin Salman says, why don't I normalize? And then the Americans will also treat me very well, and I can build Vision 2030, and I can build this giant cube that looks like a Kaaba of entertainment in Riyadh as well, where I can make it very innovative. And the Muslims who want to come and pray, they can land in Jeddah, go to Mecca, Medina, and they can go home. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, if I turn off the loudspeakers in the rest of the masajid in Saudi. Bin Salman believes that Israel is a key component to convincing Washington to establish a NATO-style security agreement in order to push back against Iran. If you open a map of Saudi Arabia, you will see that to the north there are pro-Iran militias that have fired rockets at Saudi royal palace before. To the east is Iran. To the south is Yemen, the Houthis, who have also fired rockets to Saudi Arabia. Bin Salman believes that given the Americans are not protecting Saudi Arabia, maybe if we normalize with Israel, US will guarantee protection for Saudi Arabia. To show you how badly Saudi Arabia is worried about its security, the Saudi Crown Prince in the past year has been making concessions to Iran and pleading with Iran for a truce. So he went to the Iranians, he said, what do I need to do to get a truce, to get you guys off my back? They said, we want you to bring Bashar al-Assad back into the Arab League. He said, Hadr. He brought Bashar al-Assad to Riyadh. He said, what next? He said, the Iraqis haven't paid the gas bill because they don't have money. We want you to give money to Iraq so they can pay the gas bill because we need the money. He gave 6 billion to Iraq. Iraq paid off the gas bill to the Iranians with the 6 billion. He said, what next? He said, we want you to talk to the Houthis and recognize their authority. He said, Hadr. He sent his Saudi ambassador to Sana'a, Mohammed al-Jabir, to the Houthis, and they met and they discussed and they negotiated and talking about compensation for what happened to him. He said, what next? The Iranians, they sat down a bit, they said, you have Cristiano Ronaldo in Saudi. We want him to come and play against Iranian teams. Hadr, Ronaldo, go, we are paying you money. Go and play in Iran. He went and played Iran. What next? What next? When the Iranians were increasing their demands, bin Salman said, is there really no hope to get the Americans to come and protect me? I'm going to normalize with the Israelis and they will protect me. They will convince the Americans to do so. And because after what happened to Khashoggi and after what happened, they might even be able to get the investments in. Why? Because it's been 8 years since I've been in power. Vision 2030 is not moving. The PIF is losing a lot of money. I'm thinking of selling more shares in Aramco because I need more money to increase the budget. And therefore, the diversification projects are not working. I'm in an existential economic crisis and an existential security crisis. So when Gaza happens and Gaza burns, bin Salman turns around and he says, why am I going to waste my time with the Palestinians for? I'm on the verge of normalizing with Israel and on the verge of finally being able to transform Saudi from a country that represents Islam to a country that represents a nationalist new identity where Islam is like the Vatican, where it's in Mecca, Medina, but it's not really spread outside. Some of you might be thinking, Sami, you're exaggerating about Saudi Arabia. Maybe. You might think that's the case. But when I see a policy where the loudspeakers of the adhan are reduced to 33% and loudspeakers are banned from being used for the recitation of the Quran for every mosque in Saudi Arabia except Mecca, Medina, because he's a bit scared of the backlash with Mecca, Medina. And then when people went to the khutbah, they couldn't hear the khutbah because it wasn't used for the loudspeaker. So he allowed it for khutbah, but not for Quran, he said, not for Quran. And then in 2021, he announces a ban on the broadcast of Taraweeh prayers. Some people, some imams, they tried to be like wisecracks. They were like, but technically it's not a sunnah. But there's a reason why bin Salman banned it, and I'll tell you why. Bin Salman wants to change the image of Saudi Arabia. To change the image of Saudi Arabia, social media is the best way to do it. The problem is when you do hashtag Saudi and you search on social media, what comes up? The Haramain, the Qari of Masjid in Riyadh, the Qari of Masjid in Dammam, a Qari here, a Qari there, a Qari in Masjid Quba, Abdullah Awad al-Juhani, Sudais, Shuraim, these things. So bin Salman said, no matter what I do, no matter how many concerts I do, hashtag Saudi is always bringing up these Qurra. So let's limit it. Let's not make it a Saudi thing, let's make it just a Mecca Medina thing. So let's ban every masjid from broadcasting the Taraweeh prayers so that it doesn't dominate social media, it doesn't dominate hashtag Saudi. And therefore people will stop doing hashtag Saudi, they'll do hashtag Mecca Medina. They'll limit it there as well. That way, the next time people now do hashtag Saudi, they'll be able to see Iggy Azalea and the OnlyFans models. Like they'll be able to see the Red Sea Film Festival. They'll be able to see the tourism stuff. They might even see the bikini beach that we tried out in 2019 in Jeddah. Like that's the Saudiya that we want to show on social media, not the Qurra. If you want to do a Qurra, go to Mecca, Medina. Why are you coming to Riyadh for? Why are you coming to Jeddah for? We want Sofia Vergara to come to Riyadh. In order to come, by the way, just so you know, I only learned these names through bin Salman. I didn't know who these people were before. I came home one day and my dad said to me, Sami, شكون Izzy Aghalia? I said, who? Iggy Aghalia. So I put it in Google in that way. And Google corrected me. Did you mean Iggy Azalea? And ya ibadallah, don't search it when your parents are around. In fact, don't search it anyway. Like, you shouldn't search it anyway. But the thing is, I discovered these people through the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. The Saudi Crown Prince, there's an article that came out in the Washington Post which says that Saudi is now moving away from Muslim issues. It no longer sees itself as a Muslim issue. And that brings me to Imran Khan. The reason why Imran Khan, when he was toppled, Saudi and Emirat, they celebrated, was because Imran Khan, when he had the leadership of the OIC, because Pakistan was the leadership, Imran Khan, every 3-4 months, would call an emergency session to discuss 2 topics, Palestine and Kashmir. And they were getting annoyed because what happens at the OIC is at the end of the OIC, the member states have to sign on the statement to say they agree with it. So the statement would say that we demand liberation for Palestine and liberation for Kashmir. And the Saudis and the Emiratis were like, listen, Imran, you need to calm down a little bit. I'm trying to get closer to Modi. I'm trying to get closer to the Israelis. I can't have you every single time, Kashmir, Palestine, Kashmir, Palestine. For those of you who think I'm exaggerating, when Modi's official in India, she insulted the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and she insulted Sayyidah Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, a horrific accusation that I'm not even going to repeat. Modi was so worried about the backlash from the Muslims that he suspended the official and made an unprecedented statement. The statement said, we respect all religions. His party have never ever said that in their entire history. Modi commissioned articles in Oman and other countries to say, we India, we respect religions. Please, please don't boycott us. Please, please don't. India panicked. There was genuinely a diplomat. Kuwaitis were boycotting Indian goods. There was talk about Indian workers, you know, having their visas revoked. People were really angry. Guess which country received Modi in the middle of this heat, hugged him and told him there's no problem, don't worry about it? The UAE. Mohammed bin Zayed received Modi and Modi came in. And you can imagine, I made a joke about it on Twitter. It was like Modi telling UAE, Muslims are saying they're going to boycott me, they're going to ban me. Ignore them, they're a jahala. Come, Habibi, come, let's talk investment ties, yalla. Let's talk about this temple that you want to build in the UAE now. How big do you want it? You want it big? We make it big. No problem. Like it's not an issue. Imran Khan, every OIC meeting, Kashmir, Palestine, Kashmir, Palestine, Kashmir, and they were getting frustrated. Then, a man called Mahathir Mohamad, Prime Minister of Malaysia, gets very frustrated with UAE and Saudi Arabia. So he decides to organize a conference called the Kuala Lumpur Conference. He doesn't say it outright, but everybody knows that conference is designed to rebuke Saudi Arabia and UAE and to say that the center of the Muslim world is going to shift from Saudi. If you don't want the Islamic leadership, let's shift it to another part of the world. Why? Because Mahathir recognizes that Imran Khan is bringing about a change in the way Muslims are perceiving the Muslim world. If you remember, Imran Khan gave a speech at the United Nations. For those of you who haven't seen it, shame on you. I actually think it's the best speech ever given in defense of Islam at the United Nations. And I don't say that lightly. It's a phenomenal speech. Imran Khan gave that speech at the United Nations, and his Muslim rhetoric was so effective that I don't know if anybody here has been to Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan is very secular. When Azerbaijan liberated Nagorno-Karabakh, which was colonized by the Armenians, the Azeris, they raised 3 flags in their celebration parade. The Azeri flag, the Turkish flag, because Erdogan sent them drones. Who can guess the 3rd flag? Pakistan. Imran Khan had broken through the secular identity. That's what I mean. For those who've been to Azerbaijan, you'll know like how big this is. He broke through the secular identity and positioned himself as an influential pole that the Azeris were gravitating towards, amplifying this sort of re-Islamization of Azerbaijan that was taking place. After the UN speech, Imran Khan spoke with Erdogan and Malaysia about talking about different projects and talking with Iran, a connecting railroad project to connect their economies together. 2019, Mahathir recognizes that this combo of Imran Khan, Erdogan, and Qatar and these, they're bringing about some sort of change. So he organizes a conference. He invites Imran Khan, he invites Joko Widodo of Indonesia, he invites Erdogan, he invites Qatar. Combined, the leaders of that conference will represent almost, if not half of the entire Ummah. Indonesia 220 million, Pakistan 200 something million, all these other different populations. If you calculate them together, they represent almost half of the Ummah. There are many Pakistanis who say to me, sometimes in my inbox, that you celebrate Imran Khan's words. In action, he was pointless, and his words didn't mean anything. If his words didn't mean anything, then I ask you this question. Why is it when Imran Khan said he was going to go to the Kuala Lumpur summit, the Saudi Crown Prince threatens him and says that if you go to Kuala Lumpur, I will cut off investment to Pakistan, and I will kick out the Pakistanis from Saudi Arabia and send them back to your ailing economy. And the UAE threatened him the same way. Imran Khan, my only real criticism of him is listen, my guy, like, go hard or go home. Like, you said you were going, just go. Like, there's no way back after you've already decided you're going to go. You know, like the Saudis will never forgive you for it. He hesitated and he said, I'm sorry, I'm going to pull out of this Kuala Lumpur summit. Joko Widodo, they did the same thing to him. They told him, Joko Widodo, you're trying to build a new capital aside from Jakarta. We will stop investing if you go to this Kuala Lumpur summit. My question is, why was Saudi so worried about Imran Khan attending it? It's because Imran Khan had positioned himself in such a way that wherever he went, he was almost lending a Muslim legitimacy to every single area where he was going. Before, it was just Erdogan on his own shouting at Europe. This time it was Erdogan, this time it was Imran Khan who compared to Erdogan, and this is no disrespect to Erdogan, sometimes I like listening to Erdogan, you know, Turkey, you know, he's very strong in the way, terrorist, but Imran Khan had a very, you know, gentle, eloquent way. Like Imran Khan knew how to talk to Westerners perhaps better than Erdogan knows how to talk to Westerners. Like Imran Khan knew how to talk about it. The reason why I mention Imran Khan in this idea of can we, you know, let off the Muslim countries and what impact did Imran Khan have on Palestine? Objectively speaking, I don't think Imran Khan would have had much of an impact on the course of events that we've seen in terms of the genocide taking place. But I think Imran Khan would have been very loud and accelerated the shift in the global narrative, and might even have been the one to take the case to the ICJ before South Africa did. I still think, even though like I love South Africa and I respect them for it, and may Allah give them peace and prosperity and stability and economic success for the heroic stuff that they did in bringing the case to the ICJ. I ask myself as a Muslim, how many Muslim states do we have? Why did it take a non-Muslim state to take the case to the ICJ? يعني نحن أولى, like do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not taking away from South Africa, but I'm like how shameless like it is on our part. And that's why I argue that if Imran Khan was in power, I do think that the issue of Palestine would be louder than it is today, even though today is particularly loud. But I think for the Muslim states themselves, I truly believe that the Muslims, Egypt for example, could send in tanks to deliver the aid to the Palestinians. They could. They don't need to go to war, just send in your tanks to make sure Israel can't bomb your tanks. Sisi chooses not to do it. Bin Salman chooses not to pressure Israel. The UAE chooses not to reverse ties. Morocco says to itself, if UAE is not kicking out the ambassador, why should I kick out the Israeli ambassador? And that's the heartbreaking thing. But the final point I will say is this. Some of you will think that I can't influence the Muslim world, I can only influence here in America. The reason I told you that Bin Salman put out the statement saying we recognize a Palestinian state in exchange for normalization, Bin Salman was replying to you. Bin Salman was buckling under your pressure. Ibadallah, for those who haven't followed Saudi Arabia, before Gaza, for 1.5 years, the Haramain were not making dua for Palestine. The Ramadan rules that were imposed last year that will be implemented this year, number 5 of the Ramadan rules said, the rule number 3 says don't take long in prayer and don't take long in your dua in qunut. People read it and they said it's sunnah. No, what that means is don't make dua on current affairs. Don't take long talking about Palestine and these other issues. Rule number 5 says don't use books unless they're approved by the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. When the rules were introduced, 50 imams were sacked from different masajid for talking about Palestine and also for making dua for Palestine. Bin Salman is trying to limit it, and that's why many imams were saying, why are you putting all these restrictions on us but not putting restrictions on the concerts and the raves? Imams were sacked not only for Palestine, they were sacked because imams, at the time the rules were implemented, imams were getting braver in criticizing the raves and the concerts. They were criticizing Turki al-Sheikh. Bin Salman said, in Ramadan, no one is allowed to talk about Turki al-Sheikh. Don't talk about the concerts, don't talk about the raves. Stick to ibadah. Stick to worshipping Allah, they say. As if worshipping Allah is something. And that's the thing when I call about the secularization of religion. People think secularization of religion means a lack of faith in Allah. It doesn't mean that. Secularization of religion means pushing it out of the public space into the personal sphere. That's what secularization of religion means, that for you the pinnacle of Islam is to stay inside the masjid, not to deliver Islam outside the masjid. That's secularization of Islam. You might be doing tahajjud and be a secular without realizing it. Ya ibadallah. And that's the point I want to make. You ask me, can we make excuses for these Muslim nations? Absolutely not. And the way I see it is this. You need to raise your voices against them. You need to raise your voices. Why? Because in my opinion, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give glory to an ummah that prevents what is evil. If an ummah does amr bil ma'ruf and nahy anil munkar, Allah will give it glory. If it does one and not the other, Allah will humiliate it. And I go back to the example of Dajjal. People think Dajjal might be an actual human being. It may well be. But sometimes I think Dajjal is more of a perspective of how we look at the world. In that we look at Islam as ibadah, not action. We look at our role in society as amr bil ma'ruf, go and do good, but we don't dare nahi anil munkar. That we tell people go and pray, but we don't tell them don't go to a rave. Like we don't. That's personal decision. And that's what I mean in that, Ya ibadallah, talk against these Muslim rulers. I'm not saying go out to rebellion, as people keep saying, but I'm telling you, Ya ibadallah, somebody once, and I promise I'll finish on this point. Somebody said to me, Sami, when you criticize the rulers, you're affecting the stability of these countries. I'll give you 2 quotes. Ibn Taymiyyah said, Allah will preserve a kafir state that is just but destroy a Muslim state that is unjust. For Allah can tolerate kufr with justice but will not tolerate Islam with injustice. Allah won't tolerate injustice being done in His name. Allah won't tolerate an imam saying Allahu Akbar and then doing dhulm. Allah won't tolerate it. He might forgive the non-Muslim who does it because he's jahil, but he's upholding justice, but won't forgive the Muslim who does it because the Muslim should know better. But the second thing is Ibn Khaldun says, Al-adlu asasul mulk. Justice is the foundation of dominion. So the one causing the instability is not the one calling out what is wrong. It's the one doing something that is wrong in the first place. And as long as Islam acts as a check, the Islam will thrive. But if Islam lets evil just thrive and Muslim says it's not my duty to stop it, Allah will humiliate you and continue to humiliate you.
Barakallahu feek. Final question of the night, inshallah. And I think we're going to have to do that disclaimer again. Biden or Trump?
The views expressed by the speaker are the speaker's own. They do not reflect those of the gentleman next to me. They do not reflect those of everybody who's here. They do not reflect the masjid. They do not reflect the organization. And by the way, these disclaimers, I'm actually serious about them. Like, as in, I'm not saying them just as a joke. I'm saying them seriously. I'm not here to impose my view on you. I'm here invited as a political analyst to analyze the situation. Only Allah knows the ghaib, and we always say sometimes, you know when you have like these sorcerers who claim they know what the future is, we always say that if the sorcerer got it right, they still lied. You know, they still lied even if they get it right. For when they said it, they do not know the ghaib. Only Allah knows the ghaib. I'm only analyzing what I see in front of me. And I always say that one of the greatest examples of the nature of political analysis is the story in Surah Al-Kahf between Khidr and Musa. Because Musa alayhi salam doesn't know the unknown. So he reacts a certain way. But Khidr is told by Allah what the unknown is. So Khidr acts a certain way, the opposite of each other. Khidr puts the hole in the boat in order to rescue the family because he knows the unknown. But Musa doesn't. So Musa does his duty as a Muslim, which is to condemn what he's seen. Did you put the hole in order to ruin the family? Musa is judging based on what he sees. Allah has sent Khidr to tell him that there is an asbab that you don't know, that only Allah knows. What Musa did was not wrong. What Khidr did was not wrong. And that's what I mean about political analysis. We judge based on what's in front of us, but acknowledge that only Allah knows what will happen. I'm only judging based on the dynamics that are in front of me. Biden has committed a genocide of 30,000 Palestinians. Biden has slaughtered 12,500 children. Biden's genocide and the bombs that he gave Israel left our beloved daughter Sidra with her legs blown off, hanging down from the wall. Genocide Joe left Hind Rajab in the car surrounded by the corpses of her 5 family members. She's on the phone pleading with the ambulance to come to her. Her family are dead around her. She can see the corpses. She's stuck in the car surrounded by Israeli tanks. The ambulance turns up, the Israelis shoot the tank. And Hind dies in the cold, surrounded by the corpses of her family members. That's Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe did an airdrop on Palestinians as if there were some sort of rats that you throw. He threw expired goods over there, less than the quantity of 1 truckload of aid. Because he's not against the genocide, he's just against the political consequences of that genocide. Now, Genocide Joe believes that those 30,000 Palestinians won't make you abandon Biden. He believes that you have more important pressing concerns. You want to bring your relatives to America. You want them to visit you. It's too long for you to go and visit them. I mean, I know, I fly across the pond back and forth in the past 4 months. I know it's very long, subhanAllah. It takes 4.5 hours just across the Atlantic and then another 5-6 hours just to get to LA. Biden says that this plane journey is such a burden for Muslims. They don't want to do it, and they're ready to forgive 30,000 killed in a genocide to make sure they don't have to make that plane journey to go see their relatives, because Trump wants to put the Muslim ban. Biden believes that Muslims are comfortable. They live in nice houses, 3-bedroom houses with plasma TV. They're an affluent community. Britain only let in the blue-collar workers, but America only let in those, you know, the ones who are, like much higher education, masters and PhD, and so the American Muslim community became affluent. Muslims don't want to struggle in their houses. Of course they're going to forgive me for massacring 30,000. That's why Biden believes I don't need to call for a ceasefire, because so long as the other side is Trump, Muslims will forgive me for killing 30,000. And that's why there are some, I said earlier that there were 2 reasons why Biden hasn't called for a ceasefire. I didn't mention the second one. The second one is there are some community leaders, minority, in Washington telling him, and I had a back and forth with one of them on Twitter, where they said if Biden can show empathy after this genocide, he can win back enough Muslim votes to deliver him to a second term. You ask me whether Biden or Trump. Let's analyze what happens if Biden wins and what happens if Trump wins. Analysis. I'm not saying who. The gharib yajib an yakun adib, like the one who comes from outside has to be respectful and not get involved in internal affairs, even though that I sound hypocritical saying it. Right now, when the congressperson comes to visit you, they don't research Islam before they come. Usually they come because the imam invited them. So on the way in the car, they open, they say, give me something that's going to make the Muslims go wow. So they go Google how to make Muslims go wow. They have a saying, boss. It's As-salamu alaykum. Assalamu alaikum, assalamu alaikum, I think that's it. So he'll stand here, he'll be like, assalamu alaikum. And you'll be like, actually it's assalamu alaikum, but thank you for trying. And then when he gets really excited at the way you've treated him, as he's leaving, he'll be like, Mubarak Eid. You'll be like, it's Eid Mubarak, but thank you very much. In this country, the Muslims have never had the ability to punish a candidate. We had the ability to deliver candidates. We delivered Bush in 2000, the guys in Florida. But we never had the ability to punish. The reason the Zionists are so powerful, despite being a minority, is they have the ability to punish a candidate. If all their ability is to deliver a candidate, then the candidate wins and betrays them. But the Zionists know how to punish the candidate, which is why the congressperson is always very careful not to offend the Zionists. The only other minority that has that power is the Black caucuses. They also have the power to do so, which is why all congressmen know about Black History Month. They know Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael. They memorize it because they know the Black population, they can punish them. The only minority really that doesn't have the capability of doing it, Hispanics also have it as well by the Hispanic bloc, but Muslims haven't had the ability to punish a candidate. Now imagine, the data suggests that Biden is behind Trump in 6 swing states. Those 6 swing states all have a large concentration of Muslim population. Axios says that if 100,000 Muslims abandon Biden in Michigan, Biden will lose. Politico says that if the Muslims abandon Biden in those 6 swing states, Biden will lose. Now imagine Biden is toppled because the Muslims punished him for genocide. I imagine that next year, inshallah, if I'm invited to Albany again, and I join you guys for Taraweeh, for example, hint, hint, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a congressperson sitting at the back, and then he does this speech after Salat al-Isha, and he stands up and he goes, I can't do New York accent, but in any case, I'll do my best to do Texan. Friends of the community, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Folks, the road ahead of us is tough. Now I know this community is a wonderful community. And I know this community is ready to do what's right. And we got a tough fight, but we got to go to it together. But I know that you're ready for that. Because as Prophet Muhammad said, innamal a'malu binniyati. And the road may be tough. The road may be tough. It may be difficult. But I know in the Holy Quran, Allah says, Inna ma'al usri yusra. Barakallahu fikum. And thank you very much for having me. Why has he memorized all of that? Because you're a community that showed that you stand for something, and that self-interest did not guide your decision of voting. You punished a genocide, and that congressperson wants to make sure that the situation never arises again where you might punish them. Genocide is a red line, and there is a precedent established in America that genocide is a red line. Now let's flip it. Biden wins. Mr. Congressperson, please come and visit our masjid. Okay, but go see my secretary. No, but visit our masjid. Go visit secretary. Boss, why are we not visiting the masjid? Dude, these guys have no dignity. Biden killed 30,000 of their people, and they still voted for him. Biden killed 30,000 of their people, and they were so scared of Trump, they went and voted for him like, he goes, they'll come to us anyway. We don't need to go to them. But at least let's go and attend an iftar or an Eid. We don't need to. They'll come to us anyway. They'll come to us anyway. Now, what other genocides can we commit? Why don't we go to Iraq and do it again? You know, like they clearly showed they're going to vote for us again. Yes, Republicans were punished for it. Yes, they were for Afghanistan. But these Muslims, believe me, like they're not worth visiting. Let me go visit the Black caucus and the Hispanics. They're people who actually move and mobilize. Now, I'm not emotionally blackmailing you into abandoning Biden. I'm not gaslighting you into doing it either. The views expressed are the speaker's own. But let's go into serious analysis. Biden has committed a genocide. This is about establishing whether genocide is a red line or not. Biden doesn't believe genocide is a red line. I'm terrified that if Biden wins, then the whole American political establishment will say that genocide is not a red line. We can commit it in certain circumstances. Let's suppose that Trump wins. Now, I want to make an observation here. And bear in mind here, I promise you, Wallahi alladhi la ilaha illahu, in my heart, I do not think it is wise to vote for Trump. I do not think. But let me tell you an observation. I was in North Carolina sitting with some Muslims. And I said to them, they were like, yeah, we need to punish Biden, we need to punish Biden, we need to punish Biden. And I said, listen, we just need to punish Biden, inshallah, but there's a way to punish Biden in the presidency and deny Trump the House. You know, we can look at the local elections and this. And one guy stood up and he said, Sami Habibi, I'm voting Trump. Allah, taqillah ya akhi. Wallah, I'm voting him. Why are you voting for him? Akhi, listen, didn't you say that the next 4 years we're going to suffer, right? We're going to suffer whether it's Biden or Trump. Sah? Yes, Sidi, Trump made me richer. Let me suffer with money. He reminded me of my brother Yusuf. He lives in Japan, he has a business in Japan. He speaks fluent Japanese. When you go there, it's the weirdest experience. You go there, Yusuf, ahlan, wash halak, labas, bkhair, alhamdulillah, you know, you greet each other the like. He'll be like, Sami, alhamdulillah, nahnu all very good, alhamdulillah. Sami, ji'an wala la? Ji'an, alhamdulillah, I'm hungry, let's go eat. He'll enter the restaurant, we'll sit down, we're having some halal ramen, and he'll be like, you know, ramen, ano, nande te desu ka? Do you want a drink with that? Yeah, I'll have a drink. Drink? That's not Japanese, Yusuf, stop pulling my leg. Yusuf came home one day and I said to him, he was like, Sami, alhamdulillah, my business is doing well, I'm making money, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. He trades in a lot of goods. So I said to him, Yusuf, اسمع, انت you keep talking money. الدنيا دي يعني مش فلوس بس يعني, it's not just money. There's more to dunya than that. He reminded me of the guy, you know the video of the hadith, the video of the African brother in next to the Kaaba. Allahumma fulus. And the guy next to him says, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana. He goes, yes, ameen, but fulus mafi, fulus. There's no money like fulus. MashaAllah, there's a video came out the other day. MashaAllah gave him fulus, Allah barak. Like MashaAllah, may Allah increase him, Allah barak. So my brother said, you know, fulus. I told him, Yusuf, dunya is not just fulus. He said, yes, Sami, but if I'm gonna cry, I'd rather cry in a Mercedes than in your Toyota Yaris. So this brother in North Carolina reminded me of that. But let's suppose on a serious note, that was how semi a joke. On a serious note, if Biden wins, do you think your allies will stay aligned with you in condemning Biden? Or will they say, guys, they shrug their shoulders, we're sorry, but Trump was going to be worse, and they're going to go back and align with Biden? Or do you think they're going to stick with you? They're probably going to gravitate back towards Biden and the Democrats, right? You will be alone in that field. If Trump wins, again, I'm just analyzing. Do you think Democrats are going to sit down and do nothing? They're going to throw the kitchen sink at the Republicans, right? They're going to throw it all. So you will not be by yourself. You'll be sitting there. You're already sitting on the sidelines. You're already, because you know, Biden and genocide and the Republicans saying they're not interested. So you're sitting here going, oh, in the next 4 years, like, I'm by myself, I'm going to struggle. I don't want to sit by myself alone. Hey, Democrats, ta'ala. I need you to lose the election so you can sit with me, ta'ala, so that we're not by myself. In Tunisia, in Sidi Bouzid, when you play football or soccer, when you organize the teams 11-11, you know, we play in this area, it's called Gatous. I don't know why. Gatous means cat. But anyway, it's a place with sand, like rocks. I don't know how they play on it. Like, it's so horrible. Like. So they organize the teams 11-11. Sadiq might come late, for example, and Sadiq says, Ajma' and I want to play in Habna Lab. We'll tell him, Sadiq, man, you came late. Like, khalas, we made the teams like 11-11. Sit on the bench. He goes, Asma, running gulkum minto. I tell you now, nal'ab wa nharram. I play or I make sure no one plays. Sadiq, attaqillah, fear Allah. Wallah, I'm serious. Sadiq, attaqillah. Sadiq will run after the ball. He'll pick it up. The same way Muslims run after the election, they'll pick it up. And they'll say, Biden, we can't play, yeah? You're going to commit the genocide. Khalas. He goes to the, you know, we have like these little cactuses, and he'll pop the ball. Yeah, no one plays. Biden, you commit a genocide. Khalas, you don't get a second term. But you're going to suffer too. Let's suffer together, Habibi. Yalla, ta'ala, sit with me. The next 4 years, you're going to struggle regardless. Your choice is to struggle whether in dignity or humiliation. Dignity of having punished a genocider, or humiliation of having rewarded a genocider but no longer taken seriously by any of the political parties. I know that that's easy for me to say because some of you be saying this guy is going to go back to London and he doesn't even live in the US. We're the ones who are going to struggle. He's going to be in London living fine, watching his Arsenal team lose and scupper the season again. That's true. Some of you might even look back and say, damn, the day Sami came to us and put these ideas in our head. I remember an imam said to me once, he said to me, Sami, you're putting dangerous ideas in people's heads. I told him, Lih ya Sheikh. He goes, what do you mean punish Biden? I told him, why wouldn't we punish Biden? He said, no, we have to think logically, we have to think carefully. I told him, what do you mean think carefully? He killed 30,000 Palestinians. Yeah, think carefully. I told him, now I know why the Ummah is humiliated. Oof. But the point that I'm saying is that between Trump and Biden, you don't necessarily have a good choice. But your choice is how you choose to struggle. Do you choose to struggle in isolation, i.e. Biden wins? Or do you choose to struggle with teams around you? You know, you've got the Democrats there. Democrats will be like, this is all your fault. Like, listen, man, like, yeah, anyway, like, do your stuff. Go with the court cases, go use your finances, use your resources to bring, and the final point that I do want to stress here is this. I was quite interested with 2-3 dynamics that I want you to think about. The first is, if you remember in July, the Muslim parents in Michigan, they protested the LGBT education in the schools for the young kids. Do you guys remember when Fox News covered the protests? And how positive they covered it? They said, look at these Muslims, like, they stand up for what they believe in. We need to be like that. The second thing worth noting is, I don't watch Tucker Carlson. Don't judge me. I don't watch him. Someone showed me a clip. Again, I don't watch him. Tucker Carlson said, why are we spending all this money on Israel? Does America really benefit from it? How many of you saw Candace Owens from Daily Wire coming out and in favor of the Palestinians? It's clear that the Republicans are not as, like, Zionism is no longer, you know, the absolute idea that it once was. There is a debate that is taking place in this regard. If da'wah is limited to Muslims and neutrals, then stay as you are. But if da'wah is expanded to those who stand against you, ادفع بالتي أحسن فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة كأنه ولي حميم. Is there room to talk to Republicans? Some people are saying it's blasphemous to say this. I'm not saying talk to Trump. Is there room for innovative ways to talk to people? I was in San Ramon in California, and one student came to me and said, I have an idea. And they set up, Chicago, they set up the billboards, but they're doing it in California as well. They set up billboards. They said, we spend $3.8 billion on Israel. I can't even afford healthcare. They're thinking of ways to talk about them. You ask me whether Biden or Trump. I think if Biden wins, there are a certain set of consequences. If Trump wins, there are a certain set of consequences. Both will put heavy pressure on the Muslim community. Both. Both of you will put heavy pressure on the community. Some people are saying, yeah, but Biden will at least give us the freedom to speak. But Biden is censoring campuses on Palestine. Some people are saying, yeah, but Biden will protect us from Islamophobia. Islamophobia has skyrocketed under Biden. And Hind Makki wrote on her tweet that Muslims survived 4 years of Trump. 30,000 Palestinians did not survive 4 years of Biden. Muslims, you all came out fine after those 4 years. It was a tough 4 years, perhaps. Tough, relatively speaking. I don't know, did anybody have their home taken away from them and handed to Ben Shapiro? No, okay. I was just asking, like, I never know, maybe relatively speaking. Some of you might come away from this and say, Sami is making light of Trump. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Biden is as bad as Trump, at least. I'm saying genocide is as bad as racism, if not worse. I'm saying that you think one is better than the other. I'm saying they're both catastrophic choices. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that those of you trying to look at it as one is better than the other, I'm saying they're not better than each other at all. I'm saying they're both disastrous options. So stop saying that one is going to be better than the other. And that's the point that I'm making here is, don't judge it based on those two individuals. Judge it by the impact it will have on your community here. And you will find that some people will abstain from the vote. Some people will vote for Trump, like those guys that I met in North Carolina and some of these other places. I have no idea how on earth they think that that's legitimate or that is moral to do. But in any case, money is money. But the humiliated ones of our ummah will go and vote Biden. The ones with no self-respect, no dignity. They are the ones who will vote Biden. The ones with blood on their hands, you know, they will say, you know, yes, Palestine, I know you died, but, you know, Trump scares me. He might, you know, make me feel uncomfortable in my 3-bedroom flat. I'm going to vote for Biden instead. Ya ibadallah, the world is changing, the world is shifting. I never thought I would see a genocide live streamed. I never thought I would see ethnic cleansing live streamed. I never thought I would see New York Times and CNN and these PR companies make every excuse for genocide. But I also never thought that American society could be convinced that the Palestinians have a just cause. American society is shifting, it is. public opinion is shifting, it is. And I wonder if Muslims can expand the concept of da'wah to give da'wah in this regard as part of activism as well, I think you can bring about phenomenal change. And I think that if Biden loses, the world will not say that, democracy has failed in America. Because a democracy that produces a choice between a genocide and a racist is hardly a democracy. That's already failed. Moreover, Biden is the one jeopardizing democracy by throwing everything behind genocide. Biden doesn't need to do it. Biden is the one jeopardizing democracy, not you. But the world, when Biden loses, the world will not say democracy is in jeopardy. The world will say genocide is the red line. Genocide is the red line. Biden lost because of genocide. Biden lost because of Gaza. Biden lost because genocide was a step too far. If he hadn't done the genocide, he could have won against Trump. But because of the genocide, he lost. So anybody else ever thinking about doing a genocide again is going to think twice, including Donald Trump. May Allah make it easy for you. I don't envy you in any way whatsoever. I'm glad to go back to His Majesty's kingdom. People like to move to America, move to America. I'm like, listen, the next 4 years, you guys have got it hard. Like, you guys are going to have it difficult. And I know I'm the kind of guy who's just come in, like just to light the fire and go like, bye, Felicia. I'm aware that's what I'm doing. I'm aware that, bear in mind, the reason I'm finishing on this point is I don't want anyone to think I'm selling them a dream. Some people have said, Sami is too optimist. I'm not optimistic about what happens next. I'm optimistic that Allah is always in control. I'm not optimistic about the scenario. I'm optimistic that regardless of the scenario, Allah will always give us an avenue through which to have agency. That's what I'm optimistic about. I'm optimistic that we will always have a power we can manifest. It doesn't mean the situation will always be good. I'm optimistic that Allah didn't leave me at the mercy of them. Allah gave me the ability to have some sort of impact. That's what I'm optimistic about. I'm optimistic about our power, even if I'm not optimistic about what happens next. I'm optimistic that Allah is always in control. That's where my optimism comes from. Amrul mu'min kullu khair. And for those of you who say, what on earth does that mean? He just blabbered out a few words. I'll tell you what I mean. Go home tonight and open the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and go through it, each chapter one by one, and ask yourself, if you were alive at that time, where would you accept to fit into that story? Would you accept to be Sumayya radiallahu anha, who dies before the Prophet ﷺ can give da'wah in public? I won't lie to you. I was young when I was like, nah. She's in Firdaus, but I don't want Firdaus that way. Okay, would you accept to be Musab ibn Umair, the one who doesn't see Fath Mecca, he converts Yathrib to Medina, but he dies in Badr? Would you accept to be Musab ibn Umair, the one who goes back to Allah along the way? And you hesitate subconsciously. Okay, would you accept to be Hamza? Would you have a role like Hamza, radiallahu anhu, Asadullah? But he dies in Uhud, in the battle where the Muslims are defeated. Imagine dying and saying, oh my God, the Muslims are being defeated in this battle. Would you accept, if Allah made that your role, would you accept it? Or are you someone who's saying, Ya Allah, there's no point striving if I don't see Fath Makkah. There's no point striving unless I see the podium at the end. Are you that person? Or are you a person who says, Ya Allah, use me in whatever capacity possible? Because Muhammad Jalal asked me a question once. He said to me, Sami, how can we be people of Jannah like Salahuddin al-Ayyubi? And it struck me, why are people of Jannah in your minds Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, only Salahuddin al-Ayyubi? Why is it not the people that you don't know their names, but the ones who kept teaching the Quran, kept teaching the Hadith, the ones who kept innovating, the ones who kept building the weapons for them, the ones who kept doing the scientific achievements, the ulama, those who kept striving in order to create the environment for Salahuddin al-Ayyubi? Salahuddin was the cherry on the top. No one eats the cherry first, they look at the cake first. In Turkey, it took 90 years to start breaking Ataturk's chains. How many teachers were executed? How many women kicked out of university because they were wearing hijab? How many of those people who sacrificed to pave the way for Turkey to become a haven where we can go and enjoy Hagia Sophia, or we can go and enjoy those liberties that we have in Istanbul? We are walking on the shoulders of people whose names we don't know. Because for them, they were satisfied to be majhulun fil ardh. They were happy to be unknown in this world because they knew they were celebrated by Allah. Is that you? And this is why I often say that even in the next 4 years, when people kept saying, what can we do differently? We invest a lot in charity, but do we invest in institutions and the like? Because Allah said, the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah loves the hand that earns its rizq, entrepreneurism. And that hand is greater than the hand that takes charity. But sometimes I think that, and to put it into context, and I promise, within 2 minutes I'm done. I said, I promise. When we're boycotting, someone asked me, Sami, do you find the boycott easy or not? I told them, look, to be honest, I came to America, I wanted to buy Timberlands because they're cheaper than they are in the UK. And then I called my wife, I said, I'm going to go buy Timberland. She said, they support Zionism. And I went, ah. And then I was sitting there, like, rather a bit like upset about it, you know. And for those who say, how can you be upset when you boycott? I gave you the example of the Prophet ﷺ earlier, when he said, Allahumma, I would never have left Mecca if the people had not driven me from it, even though Allah has commanded him. Somebody said to me, how can you use that example for Timberlands? It's because in your mind, Allah is only restricted to the grand scheme of things. Allah for me is relevant to every breath that I take. Allah is relevant even if I say, Ya Rab, I want to buy this shoe. Ya Rab, please let them give me a discount. Ya Allah, I'm about to walk through the door. Please make Sumaya have to have cooked makarona instead of, you know, the marga, for example. Ya Allah, like that's Allah. Allah is involved in everything, even the mundane things. وَنَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلِ الْوَرِيدِ. So one person said to me, yeah, but have you noticed that where are the alternatives to these companies that we're boycotting? And it made me realize, and this is what I meant about the mentality, in that we Muslims, we add to ahadith. Like we add. I know some of you are saying, how do we add? We add to ahadith. The Prophet ﷺ said that Allah loves the hand that gets his rizq, but we added to it. Allah might love that hand, but how can I tell my brother, you know, whose daughter is a surgeon, that my son makes shoes because Sami couldn't buy Timberlands? Like, I need a bit of pride as well. Like, I know Allah loves the hand that gets his rizq, but we want to add to it. Allah loves the hand that gets his rizq from law, engineering, and medicine. That's the hand that Allah loves. Because, Ya Rasulullah, I know Allah loves that hand, but I need my brother to love that hand as well. Otherwise, there's no point. I don't want people to say my son makes shoes, or he makes shirts to compete with M&S, or he makes food, you know, to compete with, you know, like all these other different companies. Because Ya Rasulullah, Allah might love him for it, because he's giving agency to the community and expanding and creating big companies in new industries, in tech and the like. But Ya Rasulullah, I need my community, I need my brother to say, MashaAllah, look what his son is doing. His view is more important than what Allah views. That's the point that I want to make in terms of moving forward, Ya Ibadallah. You ask me whether Biden or Trump. The reality is that both are bad. You're going to suffer in the next 4 years. But if I was American, the views expressed by the speakers on do not reflect anybody here. If I was American, and given that I have a bit of Algerian blood in me, you know, Skara. Skara. I'd be like, Wallahi alladhi la ilaha illa hu. I would rather suffer and suffer and suffer than allow someone to get away with genocide. Ta'ala Biden, let's suffer together. Wallah man khalik fil hukm. Wallah, I won't let you stay there for a second term. That's what I would do. Whether that's wise or not, you guys can decide. I know when September comes, some of you might be thinking to yourselves, we need to think with hikmah, with wisdom. I know 30,000 Palestinians die, but do I really want to be put under pressure here in America? And that's the tragedy of thinking, I feel. Let this be an ummah of dignity. Don't let it be an ummah of humiliation. Barakallahu fikum.
I think the big challenge is not Biden versus big challenge is the Quad 4 that the entire Zionists are trying to defeat. Every Muslim must support that. That is the most important.
Sami Hamdi, Barakallahu Feek, Jazakallah Khair. On behalf of the whole community, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. May Allah bless you, bless your family, bless your time, put barakah in your time. Do you guys want Sami Hamdi to return?
Jazakumullah khair.
Do you want him to return? You're welcome anytime, Sami Hamdi. If you did not register to vote, the booths are outside. Jazakallah khair, barakallahu feekum. Good night. Sheikh Hussein, will you end the night with some dua?
I really, I think that I want to make this point that the problem is not Biden versus Trump. I think I see clearly that we should punish Biden when we have a chance. The problem is the Quad.
India, Japan, US.
No, the Quad meaning the Hidayah Talib, Ilham, and the Ocasio, and there's another person in that the 4 Congress women that are very anti that the Jewish lobby wants to defeat. And they have already announced that they have $100 million. And I think every Muslim must make sure that they are elected, because that if we can do that, that will really establish Muslims as a force in this country.
The brother's asking about Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and these others. In this election, in the election moving forward, Ya Ibadallah, if you really want to be sophisticated in how you move, there's a way to punish Biden in the presidency and deny Trump the House. That means identifying the local areas where you can punish those who supported genocide and deliver those who didn't support genocide. And I'm going to say something just slightly, something for you guys to think about. Some of you might be thinking, yes, but the other candidates don't share our values. I want to tell you within less than 1 minute. In the last elections in the United Kingdom, the elections was decided by the stance on Brexit, leaving Europe. As Brexit was such a hot topic that the Conservatives, for the first time, they won seats in what's called the Red Wall. For those who don't know, imagine this is the United Kingdom. There was a red wall, political wall, in the north, from one coast to the other coast. Red wall meaning Labour always dominated it for the last 100 years. For the first time, Conservatives won in so many seats in the Red Wall because of Brexit. The reason Conservatives won those votes is because the voters in those areas were so angry with Labour that they decided to punish Labour. Conservatives, they knew that those votes were temporary votes, that they only won those votes because they hate Labour, not because they like Conservative. When the Conservatives went to them, they said to them the following. They said, we know you don't align with our values, we know you don't like us, but we want to keep your votes. Tell us what we can do to change in order to keep your votes. They changed more than 25 of their policies. So some of you, when you go to vote in the local elections, you may find the other candidate is not especially aligned with your values. I am telling you, controversially, keep your eye on what's supposed to happen. Punish Biden for genocide. And the person who wins your votes will know that you didn't vote for them, you voted against Biden. And therefore, you won't be endorsing their values. They will come to you and say that I shouldn't have won the elections, but I won because I got a surge of votes because you hated the other side. How can I keep your votes? And you can say to them, we really don't like this part of you, this part of you, this part. He says, I promise to keep quiet about it. Really? Okay, barakah. My point is, there is something in politics called leverage. You do have it if you know how to use it. Identify those local areas and you might be able to pull off a scenario where you're not under pressure for the next 4 years, where instead you punish Biden in the presidency and you punish Trump in the Congress, inshallah.
Unfortunately, we have to steal
Jazakallah khair. May Allah reward you all. So inshallah we conclude this gathering with dua. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our effort. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward our speaker Sami Hamdi for this beautiful reminder. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enable us to do our duties towards this religion and to stand for the cause of Palestine, for the causes of the Ummah. اللهم لك الحمد على كل حال. اللهم إنا نسألك أن ترحم إخواننا المستضعفين في غزة. اللهم كن لهم خير نصير. يا نعم المولى ويا نعم النصير. اللهم أهلك من ظلمهم. اللهم عليك بمن قتلهم. اللهم ارزقهم الصبر والسلوان. اللهم لا تفرق جمعنا هذا إلا بذنب مغفور وعيب مستور وعمل صالح متقبل مبرور وتجارة لن تبور وخولنا في جميع الأمور يا عزيز يا غفور. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. جزاكم الله خير والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.